Recording in progress.
So just a warm welcome to everyone who's joined us here in the chamber this morning for our Operations and Monitoring meeting of the 7th of July. I'd also like to just remind everyone that while we are here, that this meeting is live streamed, and also if you've got your mobile phones, can you please switch them off and either pop them under your little thing for your iPad or just put them to the side, please, and thank you. We'll also take a break during this morning's meeting or today's meeting to clear any urgent messages if you have them. Morning tea break is possibly around 11 o'clock this morning, as well as lunch, hopefully being around midday, 12:30 p.m. Nō reira, kei te hihia o te mihi atu ki a koe, Uncle Trev, nau tō tātou nei karakia i tēnei ata. Kia ora, Councillor Maxwell.
Tuatahi kei te mihi au kia koe ki taku nis, kei te kōtaku ngākau e ki te akuin, te tiamana ko tēnei hui, pai tērā. Okay, I'll lead the karakia, but I want all my fellow councillors to join in with me and we'll say it together. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho, kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki ta katoa. Haumi e, hui e, tāiki. Kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koe, o tira kei te mihi atu a hau ki te tiamana tūturu o tēnei o ngā huhuinga. So just an acknowledgement to Councillor Tapsell in allowing me the opportunity to chair on her behalf today. Nō reira, kia kaha koe, kia tere te piki o te ora. We've got apologies now, so I'll call for apologies.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just apologies for lateness. I just had a prior hui.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Wang. From Ms. Rothwell. And we have apologies from Ms. Rothwell and Ms. Bray for today. So can I have a mover for apologies? Kia ora.
And also, Mr. Rawari Waru has just sent his apologies in, sorry, but I'm happy to move that.
Ka pai.
Ka pai. Thank you, Councillor Tapsell, and seconded by Councillor Kaifong. Put motion to the vote. All in favour? Aye. Kia ora. Any declarations of interest for today's hui? Karekau, ka pai. Any urgent items for today? Oh, karekau, haere tonu. Confirmation of minutes from the Operations and Monitoring and Committee meeting from the 2nd of June 2022. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that is read? Kia ora, Mayor Chadwick. Seconder, Councillor Kaifong. Just getting my groove on. That the minutes of the Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting minutes from the 2nd of June 2022 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Any further amendments to those, and are we all in favour? Aye. Kia ora. Apai, haere tonu. Staff reports. Tuatahi mai. Financial performance for the 11 months ended 31st May 2022. We are now on page 11, and I welcome Mr. Thomas Colley to overview the report and talk to the PowerPoint. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Kia ora, Councillor Wang. Councillor Maxwell, second. All those in favour? Kia ora. Kia ora, Thomas.
Morena Chair and councillors and board members. Financial performance for the 11 months ended 31 May. Just a summary again of the discussion that we've had pretty much for the majority of the year, that our cost base has become under pressure, and we're also facing constant challenges with regards to The ever-changing financial world around us, COVID-19, which was there, is disappearing and seems to be making a bit of a resurgence again. A formal CPI figure, but underneath that there are some costs in particular that we face that are surging with regards to price increases from demand. The usual cost and demand of materials and logistics, and probably one of our bigger challenges is our staff retention and attraction, which is again very similar to pretty much every organisation in New Zealand. So lots of actions underway with regards to dealing with those challenges, and we have signalled now for the last I think 4 or 5 months that we won't be able to offset all of those pressures. We anticipate ending the year within 2% of our budget. The surplus itself has grown slightly. Capital subsidies are still lagging a little bit behind budget, and that's just a reflection of where those capital projects are. And so as the spend hasn't occurred, we haven't been able to claim those subsidies. Our operating revenues continue to be impacted, but are starting to see an uplift back, and in particular around our events and venues space, but also our parking revenues. And our expenditure continues to be under pressure, in particular supporting the housing initiatives and all the challenges that are coming and that we're seeing there at the moment, and as well as community safety, but also one that is starting to creep through now in the last 3 to 4 months is just seeing inflation impacting on pricing of services and materials, and we're seeing an uplift in those costs. Our capital spend has progressed well, so we're currently at about 73 million for the year and forecast to be about 83 million, so that will be about 60 million less than budgeted, and this has been signalled now as well for probably the last six months. The majority of that work that won't be started or completed has already been realigned into next year's, or this current year's now, operating budget, being year 2, and so we don't anticipate. There might be a few little fringe things that come across, but the majority has been accounted for now. And what we are seeing is, again, just a high completion rate of our infrastructural renewals within that number as well. Again, we've talked about this before. The capital works program, just like our operating programs, are under pressure. We are seeing high increases in pricing through tendering. We're seeing as well, sometimes tendering low responses and participation, and we're having to adjust accordingly. What has been happening in the world around us probably for the last week is that interest swap rates have been declining, so that would be an indication that that the world thinks that the worst of this inflation is over. Now, whether that actually happens or not, that's another thing. You have now seen 2 large New Zealand banks reduce some of their fixed rates as well, so maybe there's a little bit of optimism that the increases that we've seen may be appropriate for tackling the levels of inflation. You're also seeing large corporates worldwide signalling that they've got significant inventory levels, much higher than anticipated, so that would be a reflection of them responding to previous demand and lifting their inventory levels, which also drives inflation, and then recognising that those inventory levels are probably a little bit too high than what they need. And so there are some indications that maybe the pressure that we've seen around inflation may be starting to taper off. I don't have a crystal ball, and not many people do, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops. But the signs are hopefully that it may be starting to turn a bit of a corner, and we may see some stabilisation going forward. And I'm by no means an economist either. The end of year performance, we are anticipating an operating result within 2% of budget, so that's roughly about 1.9 million. If you recall, there's about the $1 million support payment to QE Health, and then there was also about 400,000 of COVID resilience fund that tapped into this year. So 1.4 million of that 1.9 is clustered into those items, and the remainder is really in supporting the housing program that's underway. Capital expenditure, as I said, forecast to be about 63 million under budget, and we don't anticipate using debt to support operating expenditure, and we did end the year, from memory, At 30th of June, we had gross debt of 295 million, but we had net debt of 279 million, so about 16 odd million of cash on hand to offset that gross debt. And that's how we ended the fiscal year. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Kapai, thank you, Thomas. Councillor Donaldson, followed by our Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, you referred to the pressure on capital works, and you also mentioned the grant to the QE Health Charitable Trust redevelopment project. I understand you're on the project steering group. Are we entitled to know whether that project is progressing satisfactorily and completion date? Is it managing the capital cost pressures that our organisation face on our projects? I know it's not our project, but...
It was several weeks ago that I attended, I think, the last project steering group meeting, and things were progressing well. They were having some challenges with regards to the first 2 weeks of June, which were incredibly wet, and around certain aspects of the framing having to dry before they did another piece of work. But outside of that, the project is progressing well, and there are no, my understanding, unseen issues that have arisen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to hear that, because it was great to see the project mentioned in the Bay Business News last month. Rotorua is set to become the spa capital of the South Pacific, so it's exciting. Thank you.
Mayor Chadwick.
My question, because I felt seeing this line item carried over every time you come before us, Thomas, actually undersells what that asset is to Rotorua, and the announcement in the Times is one thing, and also there's move ahead for QE to become a wellbeing curriculum for Australia, New Zealand and Australasia, and that's a cornerstone along with our other spas for that curriculum development to occur here in Rotorua. And the next is a conference that's underway that Rotorua's just got hooked into last night for a spa and wellbeing conference in 2023. So I think this is exciting, and if we hadn't have supported QE, we would never have that cornerstone investment, along with the Polynesian pools and actually our aquatic centre, about being a spa and wellbeing capital. So it does affirm that earlier decision that while some found it controversial, now products are growing that we knew would happen around this, and I think that's really great. Now my question to Thomas is this concern, and I wasn't there when Mr Michael presented the three waters, and I accept the resolution that came from here, but our concern about being able to attract infrastructure and engineering staff. Are we noticing that market is severely constraining business as usual for our very big infrastructure spends in the three waters? Are we finding cost pressures there?
There's always been recruitment pressures into that area, and as well as if you look at any area of council that has high technical capabilities where the skills are in demand, it's always challenging to recruit. I think going forward, the Three Waters demands will put extra pressure on that team, and it'll be interesting to see how we can recruit to fill those voids, but also going forward, any success with the IAF application will also add increasing demand onto that team, and will create some recruitment challenges as well.
And aren't we allowed to recoup some of those costs?
We are. The issue is actually able to attract and recruit those staff in an environment where everyone in New Zealand is trying to get the same people. Yep. Or then you go out to consultants and everyone is after those same consultants. So it's challenging times, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just around the capital projects on page 13, and the ones that are listed, which are the larger capital projects or the significant ones, come they add up to 65.6 million. So just a question around what the other $7.4 million of spend is on the capital projects, because the year-to-date spend is 73 million.
Unfortunately, Councillor, I don't have the detail on hand, but there'll be quite a number of smaller projects that make those things up, such as new boat ramps or new toilet blocks or those sorts of types of things.
Skate park?
By Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, what's the strategy where we have effectively undercompleted some of our capital works and we now have the difficulty where companies are not even prepared to tender for this work? So how are we going to make sure that we actually can complete and deliver on our capital works program?
So again, Councillor, we've traversed this quite a bit. So just like every other business in New Zealand, we look at obviously prioritising the workload, we look at the timing of it, we look at different ways of procuring it, we look at scope changes if required, we look at whether projects can be amalgamated and put to market differently, or at times we choose not to do it, and there's a whole range of ways that we can do it. It's very hard for me to give you one strategy that can apply to our whole capital works program, but there's a wide breadth of choices that we make as an organisation on the community's behalf.
Oh, that's good to hear, because I see that in the paper there are quite a number of projects where we've been unable to get tenders for.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Hene. Thomas, my question is referring on page 12 there, where you say rates revenue is tracking marginally ahead of budget, largely driven by seasonal water meter. Is there an indication there that actually in the urban area we should be looking to water metering? I've always been of the impression that we're actually saving by not being in the water metering business.
I'll channel my colleague Stavros Michaels that if the council wishes to put meters in for the urban area, that will likely have a cost of $10+ million associated to that. And he's actually signalling that it's probably now a lot higher. And so meters in a way of obviously managing demand, in particular where councils have different water supplies from ours, and they have to manage that demand. That's where they're more predominantly used. We don't seem to have those challenges that other councils have because of the nature of our springs and all the rest. So if the council and the community therefore wishes to use meters as a way of water conservation, then that does actually have a substantial cost attached to it.
Kabai, thank you. And Mayor Chadwick, I believe you have a supplementary.
Another question on Matters Water, the Aquatic Centre. I'm really concerned that we hope it'll get underway and hope it will be ready for all of our community for summer because of that summer safety and our children learning to swim. So are we going to be seeing delays there?
The tender is... response has been received and the team are currently working through that, and I think in the next couple of weeks you will see something come before you with regards to a decision as to which way to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. My only question is around the Resilience Fund and acknowledging that there's still $400,000 to come out of that for this financial year. Is there anything left from the $1 million Resilience Fund that has not been used?
So my apologies, Chair. It's all been utilised, and that $400,000 was spent this year, but was budgeted for in the previous year. So it was underspent in the previous year.
Thank you. Any further comment? Councillor
Thank you. Through the Chair. Thomas, thank you. Thomas, last week's review on council policy regarding three waters, I believe the council would have had allocated a certain time that if the council had decided, so there would have been a budget for it. So does that mean that we are not going to spend, so we are going to save? Like there would have been a budget set aside to continue with that proposal?
I'm not sure what you mean there, councillor, but obviously the government decided that they were forging ahead with the three waters, and as part of that, there's lots of information requests into our organisation and asking for our staff to participate in workshops and those sorts of things. Now, we didn't budget for that, but we're having to incur costs to support that, and the government is providing us with a level of funding to recoup those costs. What it means, though, is that the staff that would normally be doing BAU for us are therefore having to divert part of the energies to supporting the information requests around the three waters. I hope that helps clarify.
Kapai, thank you. Any further comment? If not, kia ora, Mayor Chadwick.
I do wish to comment. I think that is a solid position to be in. At this time of the financial year, I didn't expect it would be as positive as that, and we don't all celebrate because we know the pressures that are on the organisation and the staff and those external pressures that we're facing, but that is a very solid position at this stage, and I congratulate you and your team and the executive team, because this has been a period of some duress for them all to work in and to maintain business as usual. And that's what we as councillors should be happy to know, that, you know, the taps are flowing and when you flush the toilet it flushes, and yet we're still doing development and we're still investing in the future aspirations as our community wanted us to do around community safety and housing. So well done, Thomas. Very, very trying times. And I think the biggest challenge that I see with the New Zealand demand for staff is the risk of losing essential and key staff to other areas in New Zealand. So well done holding the team, and I know that you've also had to work with vacancies that are way beyond what we normally carry. So it's a solid position to be in. I'm not, I see some concern about cynicism around where we're at from some of the remarks that are flowing in, you know, like, are we hiding money? And I take offence at that, because we've been very transparent at each Operations and Monitoring Committee about where we're spending, how we're spending, what we're holding over, and the debt concerns that we have, all of us as elected members. So I feel no conspiracy. I'm well aware of the pressures, and that just well done. And you should feel good. I'm aware that there are many in council that are off sick. So many are working to keep services going. We're not unique. So are schools, so are hospitals, but it is a huge pressure to keep business as usual going. So well done.
Kia ora, any further comment? If not, thank you, Thomas. And move on to 6.2 now, which is our operational report for May 2022. Can I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Kaifong and Councillor Donaldson, thank you. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Kia ora koutou. So, kia ora anō kia koe, Thomas. This will be, I'll be inviting each of the Deputy Chief Executives to overview this report. So, kei a koe te wā tuatahi, ka hui tū pakare. Kia ora, Thomas.
Kia ora. Happy to take the report as read and answer any questions that the members may have.
Any questions for Thomas again? Kareko, any comment? All right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Ka karanga atu ki te kāhui tuānuku tuārangi Infrastructure and Environment Solutions Group, Mr. Stavros Michael. Morena, Stavros.
Morena, Madam Chair. Morena, everyone. I would suggest to take the report as read. I just wanted to point out to just one item with regards to potential drinking water reticulations into communities that currently are not reticulated with drinking water supplies. As you're aware, for the last few years, we have been able to meet all the drinking water standards for our water supplies. However, there are some communities still in our district that are not reticulated through our main water supplies. We estimate these numbers of people to be somewhere in the region of a couple of thousand people in those areas. However, at the moment are not into our long-term planning for the reticulation. And as we move forward into our next round of LTP, especially with the Ministry of Health's requirements to start fluoridation of our water supplies, I think the next step with a national regulator would be a question as to what can we do and what do we do to ensure that our drinking water supplies, one, meet the health department's requirements for fluoridation. We have provided that information to the Ministry of Health and the Health Director, and also we are providing this information with currently unreticulated drinking water supplies to some of our areas. And again, it's for your information, no decision is required at this point in time. It's just a heads up that in the foreseeable future, we need to master plan how we will expand our drinking water networks to cover those areas too. Otherwise, I have nothing else to add to my report, and more than happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor Chadwick.
Look, thank you, Stavros, for bringing up the drinking water. And I think when we talk about three waters, we understand stormwater, we understand sewage, but the value of investment into drinking water is undeniably needed and probably eye-watering. When you mentioned, Stavros, the 2,000 homes that are a target for us, if I just add for councillors' awareness, I'm the chair of the New Zealand Guillain-Barré Society, which is a very weird condition that comes about from contaminated water supplies. And that I'm there because my sister has been paralysed for 20 years with this condition. So I really care about drinking water, as does this council. But it is absolutely critical that when that Havelock North incursion occurred, 28 cases got Guillain-Barré, and that's not good enough. And so in the future, as a future council, we're going to have to be very cognisant of unconnected, often rural and isolated communities and their drinking water. My question to you, now that you've got that little lesson, but I think it shows you the impact on families and people's lives. My question is to get those people to that safe level of drinking water, Stavros. What's the sort of figure of investment that we would need alone in Rotorua?
About $40 million.
Thank you. So can we do that on our own without support? That's the question a future council will have to ask. Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions through you, Stavros. One in the infrastructure report on page 22. The Tarawera Road reservoir that's to be added, construction starting in November. Is that going to be sited by the upper or the lower reservoirs? Just for information. That's my first question. Thanks.
I believe it's going to be on the lower reservoirs, and the whole idea is to provide a staging point for the future supply of the eastern Lindmore area housing expansion. And also we make provisions for the enhanced recreational use of the Kawharewhara forest, which at the moment is receiving water which is not UV treated from Waiapapa in a Himo Gorge, Himo area.
Yeah.
So just future-proofing both our recreational needs and also the future residential expansion of on the eastern suburbs.
Thank you. And my second question is on page 39 in the environmental side of your report, and it's regarding the our nitrogen allowance or nutrient discharge allowance for the wastewater treatment plant, and you raise there no existing NDA available to cover increases in the that will result from urban infill and tourism. So are we measured, can you remind me, as the water leaves the plant or as it comes down the Puarenga on that figure, our contribution to the overall load to the lake? And what is our strategy going forward to, I guess, there'll be a point where we can't allow, I guess we'll simply say our plant can't cope with how many people? That's my question. It's a tricky one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is a complex exercise. I'll try and make it as simple as possible. Our limits of nutrient discharges into the lake, it's at the moment the standard 30 tons of nitrogen and 3 tons of phosphorus. Our current treatment plant, which is not just the plant, it's also the irrigation facility in the forest. By the time wastewater is treated at the plant and leaves to go to the forests, it contains annually about 55 tons of nitrogen and, from memory, about 8 tons of phosphorus. Now, the irrigation system further filtrates that, and by the time it hits the Puarenga stream, has achieved the 30 tons nitrogen and 3 tons of phosphorus. With the agreements we've got or the legal demands, we have to vacate the irrigation system in the forest over the next 4 or 5 years. And our treatment plant upgrades, which you will receive over the next couple of months' time, the nitrogen and phosphorus limits will be achieved at the exit of the treatment plant itself, because we will not have access to the land filtration system. Now, the second element, scale of your question, is that as we grow greenfield areas into residential areas, there's also obviously needs going to be a recognition that some of the greenfield nitrogen losses are transferred into residential losses. So the formula and the model we're using with the regional council, with the regulatory authority, recognizes that, and gradually will allow us our 30 tons of nitrogen and 3 tons of phosphorus to increase correspondingly to the number of houses we create our greenfield development. So our limits will lift within that boundary, but ultimately we still have to operate inside the overall framework of no more than 320 tons of nitrogen and phosphorus into the lake, and our treatment plant will get some credits because of housing, but that means there will be some debits on the empty land, to balance it out. It will not change overall loading to the lake, but we will have some incremental credits to allow for new housing coming into the system. And of course, as I said earlier, we have to upgrade our treatment plant to the level that achieves those targets at the exit of the treatment plant.
Supplementary, but we're not getting those credits for intensification because we're not converting greenfield.
No, that's correct.
Yep.
That's right. That means the technology we use for our upgraded treatment plant recognizes that it will be more intensive treatment, which means a more intensive processes, to remove nitrogen and phosphorus out of intensification housing.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Stavros. Stavros, just forecasting into the future without this report over here, and if it pertains, you can answer that. If not, we can leave it for a future council. But you know how when we are looking at the reserves as a proposal Who pays for the cost of the services, the 3 waters that go there, if they were to? Is it government or is it the ratepayer?
Thank you, Councillor Kumar. I think it's a well-established practice that is not going to change. Council, you have a responsibility to develop public infrastructure. The main stormwater pipes, the main water supply lines, the main roads, the main footpaths, all the elements of our core infrastructure. Any land developer, especially for greenfield development, have the responsibility to develop the developing infrastructure, which includes installing the roads, the footpaths, the pipes, whatever is necessary. They pay upfront for that cost, for those costs, and eventually they invest them into council stewardship. So the capital investment to put pipes into or any new greenfield development in housing rests with the developer. Once it's finished and we are satisfied their condition meets the resource consent conditions we have imposed, those assets are vested into the council and the community takes care of it through its general rates or targeted rates, depending on what the issue is.
So supplementary to that, when we were looking at these reserves, is there an estimated cost as to what it would cost the ratepayer?
I will repeat, we should not cost the ratepayer anything to install infrastructure in the reserves, because whoever will develop housing in those reserves in any other greenfield area will carry those costs. If it's Kainga Ora who's going to develop it, for example, they will install the infrastructure to service that area. Just to give you a rough indication of what is the costs of an infrastructure per lot. Again, it's a rough approximation, but for every lot that's been created in the district to put a house on, a developer incurs somewhere between $35,000 and $50,000 of costs to install water pipes, footpaths, roads, stormwater pipes, sewage pipes, fibers, all these bits and pieces. So that is the cost of the developer, which is obviously transferred to the owner of the house.
Thank you. Councillor Tapsell, followed by Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question just follows around the water supply, so I'll go back to drinking water, but just following on from some comments that were made around the serious health risks that can come from water supply if there are breaches in health standards. I've just got a question to you, Stavros, because I think that it's important that in the Rotorua context, people understand that we actually have excellent drinking water quality. So my question is, can you confirm that there are no current health risks with our drinking water, and also whether the Rotorua Lakes Council has consistently achieved water quality standards? Because I actually think that Stavros and his team have done an excellent job, especially through these challenging times with COVID, to ensure that even during a pandemic, our staff were ensuring that Rotorua still maintains and is supplied with good quality drinking water. So if you could please just confirm that for the record. Thank you, Stavros.
Thank you, Councillor Tapsell, Chair. I think there are 3 elements to that question, and the first one is that do our municipal water supplies meet all drinking water standards? And the answer is unequivocally yes. For the last few years, especially since we had our improvement to our infrastructure facilities with UV treatment and chlorination, we consistently achieve the drinking water standards for the country in all our 10 water supplies. Second question is that does drinking water has the potential to pose a health risk to the community? Yep, it does. We do not have that problem in Rotorua at this point in time, with the exception of those communities who are not reticulated. The third question relates to the universal national level health risk for drinking water. I would like to remind all of us that New Zealand's got a population of 5 million people. And every day there are 5 million doses of drinking water supplies to 5 million people. Are 365 days a year, are 10 years or 20 years. if you actually do the maths and you calculate the percentage of risk exposure to these billions of doses of water supplies versus the actual risk, then obviously you can extract your own conclusion. But there's no question that if drinking water supplies are not well managed, they can and they do pose a risk to the public health. And that's one of you and our primary concerns and responsibilities to ensure this is not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros, for the report. My question was just on page 39, just around the geothermal discharges and the pressure from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to accept the geothermal discharges to our wastewater system. And I've noted here that some of the early testing has indicated that the geothermal water might inhibit the treatment process at high concentration. So with that, I guess, early information, do we have any potential solutions, or would Regional Council potentially change their stance on that, knowing the negative impacts it could have on our wastewater treatment system?
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I think there are, again, two elements to that. And you would have noted that yesterday, for example, we had a geothermal incident on Lake Road. And we have other. We're living on a geothermal area. And from time to time, existing boreholes or geothermal sort of migration takes place under our feet, and we don't really notice it. But eventually that comes to the surface in the form of very muddy, dirty, water that is contaminated with a lot of heavy metals. For example, if you look at the Poarenga stream, you'll find a lot of contamination there, or pollution comes from geothermal activity. It's got arsenic and it's got boron and it's got other elements that are harmful to the health of people. So the question posed by the Regional Council is that since we live in this area and we have this geothermal underfield, and occasionally we have these events, instead of discharging straight into the receiving environment, streams and water courses, could we mitigate some of those risks by taking that and directing into the wastewater system, treat it, and removing as much of the harmful elements as possible before we discharge it? And again, the answer there is twofold. In reasonable quantities, is manageable, and that's our testing. That's what our testing aims to achieve. We also had some concerns, and we still have some concerns, that excessive quantities of geothermal water entering the sewage system has got the potential to kill our biological process of treating wastewater. So the work we do with the Regional Council is to say, yes, but yes, we can direct some of these geothermal eruptions into this sewage system. However, on the basis of information we've got in hand at the moment, it needs to be at a controlled quantity. So it can be heavily diluted with the rest of the wastewater, so it doesn't inhibit the ability of the treatment plant to perform its function. So it's a work in progress. We want to achieve both an improvement to receiving water, streams and water courses. At the same time, we don't want to do it at the risk of creating a higher risk of pollution because of a malfunction of our wastewater treatment plant. So we will find a sweet spot, between those areas and try to, to figure out what is the best approach to that. So it's not about the Regional Council imposing anything onto us. It's just simply asking the question, we have two risks. Which is the best way to manage that risk? Thank you.
Kapai, thank you for that response to Stavros, because that would have been my question around the fumarole yesterday and emergency management. And I do believe we have another question from Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you. It's just a short comment when the time is right. Which I do there now.
Yeah, I don't. Any further questions? Maybe one more, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Tapsell. Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, just a supplementary to Councillor Wang's issue through you, Madam Chair. So Stavros, the discussions with Regional Council, because they tried a nitrogen stripping plant at Tikateri to deal with the geothermal water from Tikateri. Has there been any sort of indication that they would make a contribution, a financial contribution to resolving this issue?
can I say it's work in progress? Madam Chair, just wanted, while I'm here, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Maxwell's question about water meters area, very, very briefly, because this is a very complicated matter about water metering and consumption. For your knowledge, and my colleague Thomas said that the issue of water metering, volumetric charge for water consumption, revolves around as to what do you want to achieve. If it is to achieve conservation of limited water supplies, well, I think you have to think very carefully as to, by spending to install water meters, probably going to cost us in the region of $25 million for our current properties. And you'll need to spend at least $1 million a year to administer that. There is a lot of information out which says that water meters can save up to 20% of consumption. A lot of that is anecdotal, a lot of that it's not very detailed. But you do need to understand very clearly that your water supplies at the moment cost you somewhere in the region of $7.5 million a year to operate and maintain and manage. At least 90% of that is of costs that will incur whether you are using 40,000 cubic meters of water a day or 20,000 cubic meters a day. It is irrelevant. The variable component of your cost is less than 7% of your total costs. In this case, your variable cost in chemicals, power supply is about $750,000 a year. So one will assume that if you save 20% of water consumption, you will save 20% of $750,000 a year, a couple of $100,000. Do you want to spend $25 million in capital cost and $1 million a year to operate it to save $200,000 a year? If you had $25 million spare, I would put it into much needed areas, such as improving our sewage network, reducing inflow infiltration or treatment plant, reducing the ability of the possibility of flooding, improving the water quality of our streams, and so on. So I think when the issue of water metering comes to fruition, the question is that what is the core objective of water metering? In some areas where they rely heavily on surface storage of water, they think that if we spend X amount of millions of dollars to put water meters, that means we defer and offset the need to create additional storage. In Rotorua, we don't rely on surface storage, we rely on springs. And the water that comes from our springs has fallen onto the ground 50 to 60 years ago. So the question is that if you do intend to spend a significant amount of capital expenditure and operational expenditure in the future, you need to ask your question, what is your objective behind that? And if the objective is worth the investment, or that amount of investment can be more usefully spent somewhere else. I will leave it at that because we can talk about it for hours. But the reality is that it's quite an emotional issue sometimes, but when you put the data and the facts behind it, it's very difficult to justify that in our context, that's level of investment. I think we could spend $25 million and reticulate all our under-reticulated water communities instead of putting water meters. Thank you.
Kapai, thank you for that, Stavros. I'll now open it up for comment, and I'll start with Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it was just a quick comment on behalf of the Lakes to thank Stavros for bringing the report on possible water supplies to this meeting. This is a really important issue for the Lakes Community Board and also the communities that they represent. So thank you for that.
Kia ora, any further comment? Ka pai, nei rā te mihi kau atu ki a koe, Stavros. Kia ora. Page 41 in our report, ka hui whai tua tūtahi, that's our district leadership and democracy group. I welcome Una to sit beside me and welcome her report.
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors and members. So just a couple of things to highlight in my report today. The first being that the long-term plan year 2 delivery document is now available on Council's website, and you'll recall that you adopted that last week at Council's meeting on the 30th of June. The second thing I want to highlight is that from this Friday, the 8th of July, the pre-election or 3-month pre-election period starts in the countdown towards the 8th of October for Election Day. The following week, the 15th, is when nominations open, and so from here on in, we will start to see, well, the community will start to see candidates who may be running for one of our 3 wards that we will have representing Rotorua from this election on, plus a mayor and our respective community boards, being the Lakes Community Board and the Rural Community Board. Nomination packs are available through our governance team and are also on the website, so if anybody is interested, they are all available online, and in any information about the elections and all of the ins and outs are also available on our website. So really encourage you to go on there and get informed, and to encourage your constituents also to get on the website and get informed about the elections, and encouraging everybody to get out and vote on the 8th of October. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions from my report.
Thank you, Una. Do we have any questions for Una this morning? Kia ora, Councillor Kuma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Una, when the nominations come through, will they be on the council website, or will they all be collated together before people get to know who's standing in the community?
Thank you, Councillor Kuma. So nominations close on the 12th of August. There is a process where nomination forms, they are checked off by the electoral officer, and then from the 15th, all of the candidates and where candidates are standing, so which ward they may be standing in, will all be made available on the website. So from then on, the community is able to see who the candidates are and the respective wards that they may be standing in, and who may be running for mayoral positions and community board positions.
Mayor Chadwick.
It's just interested to know, was there healthy interest in the evening for candidates, aspirant candidates?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mayor. We had a candidates information evening this week, and unlike other years, it was a very poor turnout. Previous times we have had only standing room in the chamber. We had about 18 people attend the information evening. So with that in mind, I really do encourage people to go onto the website, because there is a lot of information out there in terms of, if you are a first-time candidate, things you need to know in terms of running your campaign and the likes. So all of that information is available on the website.
Perhaps they don't realise what a wonderful role it is to be involved in shaping our community. So I'm with you there. I encourage people to take an interest.
Supplementary, Councillor Kuma.
Thank you, through Chair. Una, just as Her Worship has mentioned regarding the coming year, I believe that I'm just wondering if the governance team has, normally we leave it to the last when there is a councillor that's served their term and gone. We've had in the past councillors that have left and kind of no recognition ever been given. But this year, I think, is probably going to be the most councillors that are either stepping out or stepping away, a new mayor on the horizon. And I'm just wondering whether the likes of Peter Bentley and the ones that have served, or the ones that are serving now, is there, if in our last meeting they'll have a chance to say something, or is the governance team preparing anything as a tribute to what they've offered to the city?
Thank you. Planning is underway for councillors who may be resigning or choosing not to run in the next election. It won't be happening at the last council meeting in August, because there is just too many things already looking to shape up for that agenda. So there will be a scheduled event of some description, and planning for that is underway at the moment. More detail to come.
Kapai, thank you. Any further questions? If not, then
Madam Chair, I don't know if you can hear me, it's Merepeka.
Kia ora, Councillor Rotorua Tate.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm not familiar with this system up here. Thank you. I was just wanting to ask if Jeff's overview report, State of the Nation or State of the District, will be available also for potential candidates standing in the election.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Rotorua Tate. You're talking about the pre-election report. So that report is as much for candidates as it is for the community. That must be published by the 1st of August, and it will be made available online, plus in hard copy, and as candidates sharing with their constituents will be doing that also.
Kapai, thank you. Any further questions? If not, any comments? Kariko, thank you, Una, for your report today. Kapai, haere tonu, kai te karangatu ki te kāhui Te Arawa Haurua, Te Arawa Partnership Group, and I welcome Gina Rangi to our table.
Tēnā tātou. Three kaupapa I wanted to highlight this month. The first is that working with Stavros's team, there are a number of resource consents that are expiring in the next 4 years, which the city depends on for the take of water, for drinking water supply. So my team and Stavros's team are working together on an early engagement with mana whenua around the environmental, social and cultural impact of those water takes on the springs and the rivers. There have been a number of, well, first if I take us back to the sort of 2010 to 2015, there were some very high profile cases that this council at that time went through seeking access to water, in particular the Ngāti Rangi water take. At that time, we received a consent, but only for a 10-year period, and the court, the Environment Court at that time, was very clear that would be the last take we would consent we would have for that puna. The reason for that was because of the impact of the water take on the cultural health of the river and the impact on Ngāti Rangi. We were very successful in establishing good, strong relationships with Ngāti Rangi after that, which led to the grant of a joint consent last year for, I think it was a 35-year term. Stavros can correct me if it was less than 35, which is the maximum that you can have under the Act. And so what that tells us is that engaging with mana whenua at an early stage on infrastructure projects like water takes is crucial if we want to ensure continuity of supply. And so that's why, although it's 4 years out from the expiry of consent, we've started working with those mana whenua groups to really involve them in determining what would be the conditions of a resource consent to ensure a healthy take from each particular water take, to understand what the impact of that is on, for example, native fish, on essentially healthy river flows. Since that experience that we had with Ngāti Rangi, I would also add that there have been a number of statutory changes to strengthen the role that mana whenua have in terms of looking after rivers and water bodies. So we've had the introduction of National Policy Statement for Fresh Water, which talks about te mana o te wai, or the health and well-being of waterways, but also the requirement that councils, including ourselves and the Regional Council, provide ways to at first understand cultural health and what that means, and secondly, ways to involve mana whenua in those discussions. So all of that is to say that we've learned from experience the hard way, that working with mana whenua is incredibly important. Statutory changes in the last 10 years have only made that more important, and so as a result we're working with mana whenua now across those 4 water takes. So that's the first kaupapa I wanted to talk about. The second one was to just note that we have had, along with Stavros's team again, site visits to look at potential sites for the land discharge in the CNI forest, reminding ourselves that we have a bridging consent, which I think is a 5-year consent, that gives us time to work with the landowners, CNI, and their mana whenua iwi who are shareholders in CNI, being Tūhaurangi and Ngāti Whakauē, to identify a place that we could put a new contact bed, the design of that bed, and to obtain a resource consent for that for beyond the 5-year period. So we've got 5 years to do that work. We've had the first site visit. It was. It's not a case of saying saying that we're at a position to know exactly where that site will be, but we've looked at some general areas that might be suitable. Primarily at this stage, it's identifying which areas just are not suitable, and then working with mana whenua to try and narrow it down to the best place. And the third one is just to note a huge number of inquiries coming from across the organisation around Māori land. So I have Ben Manley in my team, former staff member at the Māori Land Court, acknowledged expert on all things Māori Land Court. Just noting that the types of inquiries we get, so it could be anything from needing to put infrastructure or reticulation pipe across Māori land. It could be a piece of Māori land that council's been given access to put a playground on, for example. There are a whole range of different things that we get asked for requests, and we've had a number of those, which I think reflects the fact that there is a lot of development happening in our district at the moment. And so people are wanting to understand the technical requirements and the history of the particular pieces of land that they're developing. We get those requests both from across council and also from externally from developers as well. So those are the 3 kaupapa I wanted to highlight. Tēnā tātou.
Ka pai, I do believe we also have a PowerPoint presentation.
No, the video, the sound quality is not good enough, so I've just spoken to it instead of, unfortunately.
Karoha. Maybe we could have that sent out to us and we can watch it.
What I will do is ask if we can have that released on social media. So we did do a little video as part of our application to LGNZ for the Excellence Awards. We put in our application for the Rangiwiwihi Joint Resource Consent Project into the Cultural Wellbeing section, and they asked us to resubmit it for the Environmental section. Their focus is on examples of councils who are doing good work that could be replicated in other areas and trying to highlight best practice. So we're a finalist in that. There's some very strong contenders in our category, so who knows, I don't know how we'll go, but really proud of the project and the work there. But then the leadership, particularly of Stavros, in changing the culture of how, as an organisation, we operate, and we will look to get that video uploaded to social media if we can get agreement from Ngāti Rangiwiwihi.
Thank you, Gina. I will now open it up for questions. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gina. Gina, this being an election year, and now that we're going to have 3 Māori wards.
One ward, 3 seats.
My question is, have we had a night to see, or how best are you going to get more Maoris to participate and get good representation? When the council hosted one for general, and we saw 18 people turn up, and just wanting to know if more Maori candidates are going to be informed about.
Look, I think this year in particular is a really challenging year for getting people involved in not just local government issues, but community issues generally. People are tired, they're sick. The whole COVID situation has really impacted people's ability to come to meetings and so forth. Notwithstanding that, there is a lot of interest. Whether that turns into people putting their names forward, we don't know. We've run 2 focus groups, one with a koike group and one with a rangatahi group, to try and find out what are the things, what do they what do they understand of local government elections? What are they looking for? Why would they vote or not vote? Looking at how we can promote the elections. And I think probably the main thing we found was that, especially for young people, most don't even actually know what council does. And so it's, that's the first challenge, is actually getting people to understand what the council does so they can understand the importance of these roles and the impact that you can have for your own community by participating, not only by standing, but also even casting a vote. So that we're reflecting on the feedback we got from those focus group sessions, but it was pretty eye-opening. We've also approached Te Tatau around doing some joint work to promote the process, just so people understand what's involved, what it means to be a councillor, the type of work commitment that is required, but also the opportunities to give back to your community as well. So we're working with Te Tatau in that regard.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Kuma, and just a reminder too that it was open to all, so the meeting that was held during the week actually did have representation also there from Te Tatau. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Gina, just the question around the Maori land inquiries, and I'm not sure whether this is a question for you or perhaps for JP, but you mentioned there was advice to planning solutions on application of papakainga rules, and so it's just really an update of where we are or what opportunities there are around iwi housing on Māori land, and is there any progress being made there for housing to be developed?
There are a number of barriers to papakainga development. The planning rules haven't been particularly enabling. They were intended to be, but the reality is that as we've reported previously, our existing papakainga rules weren't actually being used. Even though papakainga were being built, that people were relying on the existing rules in, for example, the rural residential zone and so forth. So we are working through changes. We have some draft rules that we've developed with a mana whenua working group to change the rules, and you should be getting those, I think, JP, in August as part of the plan change that we're putting forward. Separately, there are a number of other barriers, though, for people wanting to build on Māori land. A big one is getting owner agreement on the way forward, and Te Puni Kōkiri has a really important role to play in that regard. There have been a number of larger Māori land trusts who are actively progressing papakainga discussions at the moment and have been successful in getting infrastructure funding. One of the things you'll note from and this will come up when you consider the development contributions policy, is that while infrastructure is a barrier for building on Māori land, there are Crown grants available for Māori landowners. Problem is getting sufficient owner support to put those applications in. So that's an area that needs work and leadership from within the Māori landowner community. But there is funding available for those. We're recognising that there are barriers. Ourselves and other agencies are trying to find ways to get past that, but it's going to be, I think, probably a slow process.
Oh, thank you, Gina. I think it's good that we're just trying to explore all of the opportunities that we can to make land available for housing given the current situation.
Ka pai, thank you, Councillor Kaifong. Councillor Maxwell, followed by Mr Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before my question, please allow me, Chair, I want to give out some bouquets. Congratulations, Gina and staff, but congratulations for the mahi that has been done. It's been over a long period of time. And also at the same time, handing bouquets to yourself, I also want to thank Her Worship the Mayor, who is leaving this year, who has played a big part in having the relationship much warmer with our tribe of Ngāti Rangiwewehi. For a long time there was not so good a relationship. So without dwelling on the negative, I want to stay on the positives, and so I thank Her Worship the Mayor for the mahi that she has done and councillors who have supported it. And you know, this is unique, a joint consent from Rotorua Lakes Council and our tribe, Ngāti Rangiwewehi, to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and It's unique in the country, and we've got a joint consent, and we're going forward. As a person who belongs to both organisations, I'm very proud of the fact that even just being a finalist in the local government New Zealand Awards in Palmerston North, that alone says something about the wonderful relationships that have been built up here. So thank you for allowing me that, but kia ora koutou katoa. The question I have is, it hasn't been for everyone, it's been a challenging time during COVID, but when we received the news, we could not celebrate with council. We had to say metres apart from each other anyway, but COVID was around. I am hoping that before Mayor Chadwick's time on our council that we get the chance to celebrate, and let's do that jointly too. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So I was waiting for the question, but Katie Pye.
Oh, that was the question. Can we celebrate?
There will be an event, although...
What's on the menu?
There will be an event when the pump house is removed. There will be an event when the pump house is removed. The construction of the pump house that over the top of the spring was very traumatic for Ngāti Rangi Wiwihi, and there's a huge amount of work being put into thinking about how we can remove that and really mark that as an important occasion. That won't be before the election, I'm afraid. But I think in terms of the incredible importance of that piece of work, in particular to Ngāti Rangi Wiwihi, we're putting a lot of effort into thinking about that.
Kia ora, and just on that, on the Ngāti Rangi Wiwihi moment through Councillor Maxwell, it is so historic. It'll be significant. Even to be a finalist, as Councillor Maxwell has mentioned, is huge for us. That is true demonstration of partnership. Nō reira, ka tika te mihi, kia koutou. If there are no further questions, I will open one more question from you or a comment.
I'll turn a comment if you like.
Great. Well, we'll open it up for comments, starting with you, Mayor Chadwick, followed by Councillor Donaldson.
Gina, well done too. It was wonderful for us to see the Matariki program and how you managed to lead those groups that came together to decide the many activities in that program for a week was a phenomenal response, and it was so fitting. My question really was, I looked at the Te Omu Kohu Kohu Whetū, and it was a profound early morning experience for us all, but so many more since have said, will this be an annual event, and is it for everyone? Now, I noticed and was thrilled to see the wider public coming and participating together, but that aspect especially, I would love the assurance that that could go on an annual basis, and I know it's dependent on government funding, but that marketing about it being for everyone, when there are those that don't understand the richness of being together and working together and marking events together, I think that's a key cornerstone for growing our understanding together. So that's a question, but also congratulations to the team, because, boy, there was stuff going on all the time. And the library, Te Aka Māori, fantastic, incredible. And I wished we all took part in it. Thank you, Gina.
There has been some work done since Matariki Week to really check in with those are the organisers and also people who attended events to see what worked and how we can improve for next year. I'm not sure what is happening with funding, because we were very fortunate that we applied, or we supported Te Tatau to apply for significant Crown funding, which we obtained, and I'm not clear whether it's going to be renewed again for next year, so we'll have to work on that in the light of what's the funding looking like for next year, but also what's been the feedback and what people want to see happen for next year.
Kapai, thank you. I will actually go to Mr. Hurd and then followed by Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a question about an idea, and I'm not sure whether I should be directing it to you, Gina, Stavros, or JP, or perhaps all three. But we've been thinking about an idea of establishing, for the want of a better description, a replica of the redwood forest, and finding some land within the lake catchment to do that on, and setting it up with three benefits. First of all, a permanent carbon forest. Secondly, of course, all the benefits that go with such a facility that we see at the redwoods now. And thirdly, to retire land from pastoral use. But the unique aspect of the idea is that we would like to get businesses to invest in this, together with other partners, perhaps including council, as an offset for their carbon emissions. So do you think that idea has merit?
I probably don't want to commit the council right now, but but I do think that it's probably a discussion to have primarily with JP and I after the meeting. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hurd. Councillor Donaldson for final comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine was a comment, and Gina, I just want to acknowledge the work of the Te Aroha Partnerships team. It's a resource that was historically under-resourced in this council, and I recall the late Councillor Waka thumping the table on many an occasion. And the importance of it is shown in your report. There is a photograph in your report on page 47 I just wanted to make a comment on. But when we receive these challenges to the Te Aroha Partnership, I'm reminded of the fact that how generous Te Aroha have been in terms of access to their resource. When we're talking about the land treatment system in the Waka Forest, we're shrinking that from 400 hectares to less than 40 hectares is the proposal, and that's what is working to. But currently, through that forest, there's numerous pump stations. I saw one post from a Sparky that there's 73 kilometres of electrical cable servicing those that land treatment system buried in that forest, as well as the pipes that reticulate our potable drinking water out of the forest from the two springs. So iwi historically have been generous, provided that their cultural concerns are acknowledged and addressed appropriately. And I think that's the important part of the work you do. And it was highlighted by Minister Nash at that confirming of the great ride status on the Forest Loop ride, when he said to the Pai that when it comes to establishing great rides and securing land access for them, we never have a problem with iwi. It's the other landowners that are the problem. And so I think that comment is worth highlighting, the importance of the work you do, but how generous Te Aroha have been in the past. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and me mihi ka tika kia koutou koto hunga koto kāhui, Gina. So on te mātahi o te tau hou, we've had a wonderful month celebrating our matariki, our whetū, and also remembering those of our loved ones who have passed on. So ka tika te mihi kia koutou. Kia ora.
Thank you. Can I just also, I should have corrected, it was not my work on the matariki program. I was supporting Anita, who was instrumental in working both within council and across Te Aroha. The amount of work she put into that matariki program was phenomenal. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Ka pai. So I'll call now for our Kāhui Tupu Whakaritorito District Development Group. No mai hara mai, JP.
And that's what is working.
Kia ora, JP. Tēnā koe.
Morning, everyone. Councillors, I just wanted to take a bit of time and just drill into my report in a bit more detail, and it's my presentation's highlighted as highlights and issues, and I suppose what I wanted to lead off on and just say is that over the next 2 months, Council will be asked to make some significant decisions that will have a material impact in the supply and choice of housing within our district, and also potentially the transformational value of that to our community and our economy moving forward. Those decisions really will have an impact in the medium to longer term. And so really as this council, as Una has signalled, is starting to see the tail end of their term, it's actually a warning to the incoming council, whoever that may be, that there's still significantly more work to do if we're to address some of our housing challenges. So I really just wanted to dwell on that, just so you can just see the significance of the current stuff that's coming around the corner, but equally just the challenges that still face this community and obviously the next council in thinking about the supply of homes to support our community. So I'll just move through a couple of slides reasonably quickly, and really, as you know, we've talked about this repeatedly. We kind of sleepwalked into the big challenges, suddenly going from zero growth for several decades into significant growth over quite a short time. So we didn't have our plans in place to really respond effectively to those housing demands or have the rules in place. And again, we've heard reference to rules around papakainga as well. So our whole district plan was not really equipped for us to start moving more quickly to see the supply of homes developed in our community. This one's a bit hard to see, but it's one of the slides that were presented to you previously by Darren Toy, the regional manager for Kainga Ora. So what you can see there, and I'll just pick up two little graphs, is down on the bottom left-hand corner, which is really hard to see, is a yellow line and a green line. That's the Tauranga and Rotorua lines for the growth in the housing register. So for both of those centres, we saw that rapid rise from about 2018 on those on the housing register. So I think yellow line is Rotorua, so that's where we get up to those 1,000 plus households on the housing register. So if then I flick to the table on the right hand side of your screen, and there is Rotorua District at the top of that table. So proportionally to our population, we have the most people on the housing register in New Zealand. So that goes to the significance of some of the challenges we face as a community. And as Darren had said previously when he presented, 440 odd of those 1,000 households are those who are currently without homes, so the homeless, but 560 of those on our housing register are in some sort of housing distress, either overcrowding or under threat with their rents. So that's the looming issue for us as a community, is not only those who are homeless now, but those who may be if we do not see improved supply of homes and some sort of reduced rental space or available homes coming through. So a really important issue for us as a community. Now, you've seen this slide many times, but again, it goes to the core information from our housing and business assessment. There's lots of people making or expressing views about how many homes we need as a community going forward, but this is from the professional company who produced our housing and business assessment. So they identified that we had a current deficit leading to some of our problems with emergency housing, but also to significant issues in our community about overcrowding, the rapid escalation in rents and the rapid escalation in house prices. So these numbers don't get added together. So what you see there is we have a deficit in that first number, but across the 10 years to address our housing requirements, we need 6,240 homes across the next 10 years. Now I've circled that in red because I'll come back to it later on. Now that's not added to the next number, but by 2050 we almost need 10,000 homes in total. So our issue is shorter term, and that's our real challenge as a community, is how we start addressing short-term supply. If not, how do we make sure we've got adequate supply going into that medium term? So again, I just thought I'd refer to this table, which We've talked about it before as our 5 core work streams around our housing strategy. And when we talk about decisions that are coming, many of those decisions relate to actions that are listed on that table. So for a lot of work over the last couple of years, it's really coming to you now for decisions to really start impacting on our supply and choice of homes moving forward. So I'll spend a bit more time talking about those, but really that has been our focus for the last couple of years since we completed the Homes and Thriving Community Strategy, and as a consequence of the work we've done around the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and our Housing and Business Assessment. So obviously in our report, we've tracked a really positive market response. So as prices have increased and the need for supply, we've seen some really good action taken by the market in making available new subdivisions and making sure that the section's available for development. So we've seen that steady increase. Again, one of the warnings I want to make sure I convey to you and to the next council is that still not enough for us to start addressing some of the challenges we have in the medium and long term. Similarly, the actual house builds. So you see we're still tracking slightly above last year. With 1 month to go, we should end up closer to 350 or 360 homes being completed across the year. We've also, for the first time, reached out to Kāinga Ora just to see how many homes they have built. They have their own building consent authority, so we don't actually see their consents. So I was informed that 67 consents have been issued for new homes. They've done a number of retrofits, and they have also acquired additional homes from the market. So 67 is just what they've built, but there is other homes that have been acquired or in the pipeline at the moment by Kāinga Ora. So far 335 building consents issued. Now, Thomas had highlighted, and we're all aware of the challenges in the construction sector at the moment with supply chain issues and escalating prices. So there is headwinds ahead for us as a community. So one of the things there, and if I go back again, when I just pick up that 268 and round it to the 270 there, just for my simplicity, if we're starting to think about those 6,000 homes we need across this 10-year horizon, we need to see a doubling of the number of building consents that are being issued. So whilst we've made good progress to date, there is a significant level of change in the capacity and the delivery of homes within our community if we're to see an adequate supply of homes for the population projections we have. And I've just highlighted there again that National Policy Statement concept about saying, look, councils need to make sure they zone enough land, make it available, and make sure it's of appropriate types and choice, make sure the infrastructure is in place for it, and that will enable a range of developers or suppliers to make some commercial decisions about developing homes, so we actually get some properties developed. So again, you need to start with a much bigger supply of zoned land. Got to make sure it's infrastructurally enabled, and then there's some commercial decisions that people make on individual properties for development. So a decreasing supply in that picture. So I go to some of those major decisions that are coming our way and the contributions to it. So obviously we're working at the moment, and the housing intensification plan change, which we must release in August, is coming. Now, an important addition to that was the provisions around our decision, because of our acute housing need, to request inclusion of this council with the Tier 1 councils around the medium density residential standards. Just by the impact of that is worth just touching on. The PwC work that was done for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and Ministry for the Environment about those Tier 1 councils suggested that the introduction of the medium density residential standards on those major metropolitan areas would have an impact on the number of houses of between 10 and 16%. So nationally across those metropolitan centres, that was about 73,000 more new homes. I would suggest our impact would probably be larger than that, Again, for many of those metropolitan cities, they already have quite detailed medium density and high density zones, so it's kind of an additional piece on the top. For us, it's a more major step change. So again, if I go back to our need for our 270 homes per annum to double to over 500, this is going to be a major contributor to that. Equally, as part of our plan changes, so making it easier to build apartments and do townhouses and development within the commercial zones, so it's part of our proposal. And as we've touched on before, changes to our papakainga rules are critical with the enablement for mana whenua to develop land as well. So rule changes in that will add to that. So all of those are positive planning steps to ensure we can see that market response more effectively. And probably lastly, we have the future development strategy and our priority area plans, which should again encourage additional development or rezoning requirements for particular areas. And we've talked about previously, the spatial plan has said that we need to look towards Nongataha as an area of future growth as well. So again, that's about enabling additional space for development so we can actually see that supply lift. Infrastructure is then our other critical issue, and then I get to throw down our usual acronyms. So the 30-year infrastructure strategy of Stavros's, bringing that forward and enabling that to make sure the infrastructure is in place for housing development. So the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, Crown Infrastructure Partnership funding, and the DIA funding that we've previously received. So as you're aware, we're one of 35 councils that are in the final negotiations around a share of that $1 billion fund for our stormwater infrastructure. So there's a report coming back soon to you on where we've got to with those negotiations and for a decision of council. The other critical steps in there is how we fund that infrastructure going forward and the importance of the financial contributions and development contributions discussions as well. And finally, very much into the master planning. So where landowners have issues that extend beyond their parcel of land, that need for us to work really carefully with multiple owners around master planning. So that's Pukehangi and Plan Change 2 area is a critical space where that's being undertaken. As you're aware also, commercial feasibility, making sure we've got good pieces of land moving forward. So within my team, the development support services we're now providing to provide information, guidance and to a limited degree some direct support for landowners looking at what they might do with their We've also had the work, we've extended the mandate for Rotorua NZ to start looking at inner city developments as well around apartments and facilitating some of those discussions. So really important transformational opportunities. And then I've highlighted at our last O&M the many pieces of council land that we're investigating for sale or disposal to also bring a more substantial number of pieces of land which are viable to the market so that they can be developed. And that includes also the revocation discussion we're having around some of these pieces of reserve land which have been identified as surplus. So within those 6,000 homes, you've heard us talk about our deficit of public homes. So nationally the 4%, where we currently have somewhere in the 2% line. So really important that within the 6,000 homes we see built over the next 10 years, a substantive proportion of public homes needs to come into our community. We keep talking to government to saying our estimation of that is about 1,000. There may not be agreement within some of the government agencies that many are needed, but that's certainly what we believe would set us up more appropriately for the next decade. So you've heard Darren talk previously about his current pipeline of social homes. So he's got a pipeline of sort of 2 to 300 at the moment, with delivery over the next 2 to 4 years. Obviously, they're also interested in starting to see their views of is there a share of those reserve proposals coming through and any other surplus land council may have. Now that program is really focused only up to 2024 and now government is starting to talk about the targets and the delivery requirements for kāinga ora out past 2024, so really important. In addition, in operating within our community is Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, TPK and the potential around iwi land development. So really a critical opportunity. Last night we had the last of our housing information series, and we had 3 extremely good speakers talking about the significant journey that particular trusts have been on to put in place papakainga on their whenua. So not a quick process, and one filled with many challenges other than councils and their planning rules. So that's, there is a lot of work underway currently on a number of sites. So those have the potential to yield upwards of 300. Or social housing, which could be seen at this stage from our discussions. So again, at any moment, a project may not become feasible. So at the moment, this is on the lower end of that requirement. So this was just my opportunity just to say, look, we need to be really clear about how and when the impact of additional housing will occur. So the circled red number up in the corner there is that 10-year horizon. So that's 6,300 odd homes across this decade. So that's been turned into the green line you see shown on the graph there, heading from what I've sort of banked as a deficit up to the 6,300 homes. So we've done a significant amount of work talking to developers and obviously to HUD, TPK and to Kāinga Ora about their projections, and obviously some of the projections on delivery of housing are also taken from our discussions with developers that have gone into our Infrastructure Acceleration Fund application as well. So this is their intent. The white line coming down is just finishing off our year of 2022, so it's really starting to focus on the next 8 as we head out towards 2030. I've rounded some of those just so I could get a nice straight line, but if we start looking at what we've got in discussions with developers, what we've got in that public domain, you can see there that we really don't start closing the gap towards our housing requirements until out towards 2030. So that's the optimistic line. If I take a more pessimistic view, and a number of developments don't occur, and again, this is more of a significant thumb suck than the previous orange line. There is a risk, of course, with the headwinds, supply chain issues, or some of those major projects not occurring, that we do not fundamentally close the gap on our required housing needs over the next 10 years. So the so what? Well, I think that highlights to us that we can't take the major decisions that we're likely to be making over the next 2 months and assume that is sufficient for us to address the housing challenges we have as a community going forward. So there will be a need for a new council to come in because, again, a lot of these issues will need to be discussed potentially into the next term of council. And look at where else we can support, encourage, enhance, intervene, incentivise, or use sticks to support housing outcomes. So you, of course, have seen those list of options there from previous discussions we've had leading into LTPs, but we're certainly focused on probably some of our bigger rocks to start with, but there's lots of now opportunities where we really have to refocus on some of the smaller opportunities that cumulatively help us start to address some of those housing challenges. None of them will have significant impact in the short term, so we start focusing out to the medium term impact of some of these changes. So I suppose just in summary, whilst I think we're making some significant progress to addressing the challenges we have, there is some headwinds ahead. And even if we take an optimistic view, we're starting to make a dent, but that dent will not occur until later towards 2030. If we take a more pessimistic view, is we've still got a long way to go. So whilst there's some major decisions to be made, it's actually still the real short-term challenges in availability of social and affordable rentals. That is a major issue for this community. And probably my third bullet point there is one that many in the community will not like to read, which is whilst we will see a decrease in the level of emergency housing need, there will still be a level that will be required out to at least 5 years, if not beyond. So even with a significant build program within the public space, or additional opportunities to see public homes or public kāinga developments in the short to medium term, we will still have a major emergency housing issue and risk from our housing register out into the medium term. So really for this council, whilst we are about to take some really fundamental and significant decisions to support supply and choice, actually there's a lot more work to be done, and every decision about every piece of land and every opportunity is critical if we're to start closing that gap on supply issues. So my apologies for a bit of doom and gloom there, because I don't want us to become too self-congratulatory as we start making some decisions around plan changes, around land sales or DCs or any of those things, because we still have a long way to go. Happy to answer any questions.
Tēnā koe, and thank you, JP. Definitely not doom and gloom. It is our reality, so we have to look at ways and solutions to improve the situation that we've currently got. Any questions from our councillors? Starting with you, Councillor Maxwell, followed by Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you, JP, for that report. The question I've got, I wonder, and this is an idea, I wonder if we can do this. We did try, but I think the timing wasn't right and the dates didn't suit everybody, but we organised a bus tour to go and have a look at places in Tauranga and housing. But actually, reading your report and thinking about what you've said today, question I have is, I really do think that we should do a bus tour of our own district and look at the developments that are happening now. At the beginning of this term, we did do a bus tour and you showed us areas that possible land like in Pukehangi Road, but you're just looking at green grass and cows on it or something. But now it would enlighten people to see actual progress and what the place could look like, and I think and then invite not just us councillors but all budding mayoral candidates. One of them is going to be the mayor, and so to have the need to see the progress that has been made and what they hope to bring, because in this election lead up, we want to try and prevent a lot of misinformation, and I think if we have a busload of people from representatives from Motel Association, developers, TPK, Kāinga Ora, and even media on board, I think that would be really good. And along the way, let's have a look at some of the reserves that people are concerned about.
Sorry, Councillor
as well, just to.
Councillor Maxwell, is your question around the bus tour? Is your question around the bus tour?
Yeah, I asked that, can we do a bus tour? I mentioned it at the beginning, and so incorporating with an idea. But I think that would be really, really beneficial, even to the point where I don't mind saying, let's pay for it ourselves, but if it could be organised.
I think you've started to pick up in the election period, so where I think there'd be huge value, and certainly for an incoming council, next term. As part of our usual induction process, I can imagine us needing to do that without doubt. And I still would like to acknowledge Councillor Kumar, who had suggested we actually go out of town and look at some developments in some other areas. That still, I think, would be really valuable for an incoming council. I don't know the answer in the lead up to the election, so I couldn't answer that one. I'll have to leave that one to Una.
Let's think
Mayor
outside the
Chadwick,
square.
and I also just want to check in with Councillor Rotorua Lakes. You did have your hand up earlier, so whether or not you might like to. Ka pai. All right, Mayor Chadwick.
Yeah, thank you for that stark, actually, and reality check of where we're heading, and it isn't fast enough, we know that. But I think you've painted that it's a really complex, interrelated challenge that we've got for Rotorua Inc. My question to you is, are any new developers, you had a tiny bit there, are they coming to, they've heard the call for Rotorua and they can see the need, are they coming to say, we're interested in helping, especially with the social housing? Because that's the lower end where we've got to get the movement happening. I'm just interested in how much interest there is coming through the planning division and yourself.
I think I've reported previously that a few years ago we generally had about 4 developers and landowner developers who tended to do housing developments in our district. Certainly the team in the development support are generally talking to about 26 developers now. And some of those have had significant experience in other places. So they bring that knowledge of doing mixed developments, doing more affordable developments to our city. So, and a lot of them are hungry for land and opportunities to do mixed developments. They certainly see that as a really viable option. And certainly as we get more and more challenges on house building, house pricing, for them it gives them some certainty if they move into that mixed development space. So yes, there is. And they are active and keen on looking for opportunities of purchasing land. Look, for some of them, the challenge, and again we've repeated this to you numerous times, much of the land that's not built on has not been built on for a reason. And that challenge and constraints really makes it quite hard to get that feasibility across the line. Some of those external developers have experience with overcoming those, so they're more active and I suppose keen to explore some of those more challenging sites, but that is one of the most significant issues for our city is large-scale greenfield, redevelopment, or parcels of land with significant constraints.
Just another little question on Papakainga, because that's a big yield that you put up there. And the aspirations that we hear at the Memorandum of Understanding meetings is equally high. We want to get going. Can we give that development of, as Gina mentioned, the guidelines? When are we going to see that conversion can start to happen?
I think in picking up from what Gina has said, we're doing some rule changes that will be notified in August. One of the speakers last night was from TPK, and TPK have some Papakainga guidance and some funds to assist with that infrastructural investment that Stavros mentioned on site. So critical opportunities for funding streams. Now, we had a couple of questions there also about who do we work with, and our kind of comment to some of the people who are asking questions at the end of the session was whichever one you feel is the right place to start there. If their mandate or their support is not appropriate, whether it's CPK, HUD or Kāinga Ora, they should hand you through to one of those other government entities for support and to keep a particular group moving forward and with their aspirations. So government is focusing a lot better, of which we're a partner in that discussion as well. So I think there's a more joined up approach. Our rules will go some way to it, but actually it's the support from those government agencies which I think is critical to help unlocking land.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar, followed by Mr Hurd, and then Councillor Rotorua Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, JP. JP, your overview, as real as it seems, I'm just wondering, and my question is wrapped around a comment, is the housing register you mentioned. Now, I believe we are under pressure because there's a lot on that housing pressure. How much on the pressure on the housing register? How much of this on the register is people that are living in the motels? Numbers are based because they're based as individuals, and how much of it on the ratepayers is this from people out of town? Now, living 1 month in town, in our city, 2 months in our city, doesn't make them our people. You can live anywhere you want, but how much of this pressure is on the public and the ratepayer of Rotorua? Because we are concentrating too much on social housing. If we're looking to the future and for the better of Rotorua, are we planning for professionals to want to come and live in our city? Are we looking for job creation because you are district lead in that? And what is the cost of impact? There's a few questions there. What is the cost of impact to our good name of Rotorua, all this social housing?
Can I unpackage that in a couple of ways? The first is, and I've repeated it, across New Zealand, 4% of the housing stock is public homes. We have circa 2.5%. So we have a shortage of public homes. So at the moment, there's probably about 800, 900 public homes, either contracted or owned through kāinga ora. So if you take my simple numbers there, 800 needs to double. So that's just for us to be average. So I suppose the comment about saying, have we run down our community by having social homes? Actually, we're trying to get to a point where we at least have a normal stock of public homes for our community. So that would be my first comment, and I think that's a really important one to reflect back to our community, that we're not going in the wrong direction. We're trying to get an appropriate level of public homes within our city because we have a deficit. The second part on the register is, I talked about, from what Darren has said, I do not know the exact numbers of how many people are in emergency housing in and around Fenton Street, but what Darren Toy as regional manager presented to us is our housing register, which is our housing register, has over 1,000 people or 1,000 households on it. And his comment was 560 of those are living in our community and are facing some form of housing distress and would like access to a public home. So overcrowding or a non-sustainable renting space or some sort of other pressure in that home environment. So at least half of that register is entirely ours and living within our community currently. The 440 other households, again, there's a proportion of that, and I think my understanding from that MSD report that we talked about previously was circa 30% of that was from out of town who had not found accommodation in neighbouring districts and had ended up as a consequence within our motels. So if you take the numbers I just described to you, we're talking about at least 800 households are ours.
Thank you so much, JP. And just a supplementary to it, have we ever looked at a better wraparound service in an area that used to thrive in the past because of logging and forestry? Mamaku and Kaingaroa, they are already developed as a village. If we had better wraparound service, we could build quicker with better infrastructure from what the amount of money the government is putting in social housing and motels and hotels?
You're touching on one of the other challenges we have as a district, which is the lack of infrastructure in some of these areas. So to suggest, one of the Crown Infrastructure Partnership funding applications was for Kaingaroa Village, which was to improve some of their facilities out there. They have their own sewage scheme, their own water supply, which is better than the current situation with septic tanks and the infrastructure that's available in Mamaku, for example, which is on our list for future sewage scheme reticulation, etc., etc. So I think to suggest that we can place significant homes in outlying villages would be to expose this district or the government or whoever's investing into that to huge infrastructural costs to achieve that goal.
Kia ora, thank you. Mr Hurd, followed by Councillor Rokobate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Councillor Kuma has traversed quite a bit of the ground that I was going to talk about, but I want to talk about investment for a minute, please. Any landlord will tell you that the margins in renting out are very fine, and we're talking mainly about social housing. Necessarily so. Thank you for putting the facts in front of us. They are stark. And getting good tenants into social housing is a real challenge, and it makes it difficult to attract the investment, because the owners don't want to get into social housing because they don't get the quality of tenant and the return that they require to make it work. So it seems to me that the only really practical investment for the social housing end of the spectrum is government. Have we traversed that ground with government, and are we getting any apart from what you've said up there, are they sensitive to our situation and able to help?
Government is, and I think you've heard Darren signal before that they've been encouraged to look at as many opportunities as they can within our district. Obviously, Kaingaroa has to make their public housing stack up on a cost basis, but they are pouring a huge amount of attention into this district and into the city. And currently the discussions are underway for an allocation of housing within a national pool post 2024 as well. So there is a huge focus on it. Kaingaroa, like any house developer currently, is also facing the headwinds of supply, which is holding up a number of their developments. I think Darren had mentioned that he had run into difficulties with the Ranulph Malfoy development, which was slowing it down slightly. But again, that is a challenge that everyone is experiencing. But I think, as I say, we keep pushing government about the challenges we have in emergency housing and the numbers, and the necessity of a solution of public homes.
Councillor Rokobate.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Kia ora. Thank you. Yes, well, if we had enough suitable housing for our families, then that would certainly enable them to live better lives. Sometimes when I hear people talk about social housing, I actually wonder if they really realise what social housing is about. And it's really about people that can't afford market rental. Yep. It's about people trying to get into housing when there's not the housing stock available. So it's, I'm pleased that we're moving on this, because it is necessary. Because social housing, if we can get that sorted to a certain extent, we will start to see a falling off in other areas of I suppose you could say behaviour that we don't like to see. But the poor did not create the housing shortage in this country. But listen, JP, I'm very concerned about the statement that you made right from the start, when you said 2/3 of the needs, of our future housing needs, will be for 1 to 2 bedroom homes. Families that are housing poor usually have 3 to 4 children. So we're likely to see housing that has 5 to 6 people in them in a 1 or 2 bedroom home. So I don't know whether this has been driven by council, because councils, and I mean this is around the country, I've seen this coming through about the need for 1 to 2 bedroom homes, and there certainly will be some of that needed. But certainly, as I've said, the housing poor with 3 to 4 children, you might see 5 to 6 people in a 1 or 2 bedroom home. So I'm not sure if it's council, because of the land available, that they're starting to look favourably on 1 or 2 bedroom homes, or is it the developers that are thinking it's easier to build there? So I'm just asking that we look carefully at that and make sure that what we're looking to focus on in the future in terms of building is actually going to meet the needs of the families that we're trying to house.
Just answering off that question, Councillor, that was of the total pool of homes, so the 6,240 odd across the next decade, and it reflects the modelling done by market economics in our housing and business assessment. So it picks up the ageing population, changing demographics, and changing family size. So you're absolutely right, there is a proportion that still has larger families, but actually the overall ratio, I think, which used to be in the vicinity of every home is equivalent to 2.3 people, is actually decreasing. And certainly out beyond 2030, it actually drops to below 2, I think is my recollection of the projection. So yes, you're absolutely right, there is still a proportion which will need to be in that larger size, but actually the increasing demand is actually on the smaller sizes.
Kapai, thank you. Any further questions for JP? Okay, Kapai, I'll open it up for comment if there's any comments. Kia ora, Mayor Chadwick.
I've got to speak here. I went to a forum of rural and provincial mayors in Wellington 3 weeks ago, and the call there, while you've given us the stark reality, was we've got a housing crisis. This was right around New Zealand. And the answer and the question to me was, how did you get the partnership with government to develop a plan? And I see a plan. For me, it's can't be an aspirational plan. It's an absolute reality check on what we've got to do. And at the moment, I feel really saddened to see some absolute hate emails about the use of reserves, which is only a very tiny part that we see as a very complex set of issues. I'm the face of that campaign. It's really based on hate and also probably not enough information, and we'll deal with that at a later date when we actually hear what we might be able to do there with the use of reserves. But I do think this is stark to us that it's every little bit that we can do. It's the inner city. I hope we're not talking forever about working with Rotorua NZ to open up our first apartment development in the inner city. That's got to happen because we've got to see this development happening. I went to the opening of the May Road 3 houses and they are beautiful. They are absolutely beautiful. And that was Kāingaora, and a fantastic little development, but that's little. It's a drop in the ocean when we look at what we need. But it was homes. We were providing great homes for people there, and that's got to be multiplied right out across the district and into the rural sector. I agree with you about there are other areas, and it might need investment in infrastructure. So this is a complex issue. I am concerned at the moment. Even when I went to May Road, I made jolly sure that it was Rotorua families going into those homes, or I wouldn't go. I had to see that it was meeting the needs of our people first that mattered to me, and I do believe that change of settings can't be moved fast enough for us with how we're facing our challenge here. But I am seeing small pockets of stuff happening that really does give us hope. And with an elected council sticking with housing and community wellbeing and safety as our top priorities, that's absolutely the right answer for the future of our community. So we've got a plan, and we've got the support of government, we've got the support of iwi, we've got the support of other developers, and together we can make a difference. It's just a huge task for our team to respond to the requests that pour in every day. And you're not thanked much, and I see you working at your desk sometimes with your shoulders slumped because it's complex, but well done. And we've all got to work together on this. And I look forward, and I'll say it, I look forward to watching candidates who are going to be supportive of giving momentum and giving a belief and hope to this plan for housing our people decently in the future. And also for investors to be able to see, when I come to Rotorua, I'll be able to buy a home. That's important too. So I am more hopeful, but I am also concerned about the pace of the change. But the relationship with central government is going to be very, very critical here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chadwick. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. JP, if we break it down, it's 600 homes per year over the next 10 years to get the 6,000, and probably double, as you said, we need. But delivering on 600 homes at the moment, realistically, beyond supply issues, beyond land availability, that's a big challenge for us. And that's where I think for the amount of money that we are trying to sort of raise, we've got a city over here. We need probably EV involvement in it to develop flats into old, some very dilapidated offices, you know, to bring them to modern specs. And why I spoke about Kaingaroa, because it's already a village. All we need is probably to speak to the regional council about connectivity, bus services, better bus services, medical facility there, talk with the government to provide education there, and provide amenities that we could take. And we have seen in the last 3 years the social impacts of it. Nobody's against poor people. Nobody's beyond reach in their own mind that they think that there's no need for social housing. But what we need is better housing so that our community thrives, our community can prosper. And that's what I'm talking about. And that's why I'm saying if we go out to the rural areas where there is land available, where there's already infrastructure, but needing a little bit more infrastructure. And that's where we want the government to invest with us, alongside with us. I mean, philanthropics will give money if they can see that there's a what's that. But to put money down where families are in motels and all, I don't think anyone's going to invest in that kind of city.
Kia ora. Well, any further comment? Councillor Donaldson, kia ora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. The hate directed towards social housing, or the negativity towards social housing, is not just in Rotorua, and I see it across in Papamoa where my daughter lives, and a Kaingaroa development there is attracting the similar kind of comments that we see here. But JP, the stakes are higher. Just yesterday there was a report released that overcrowding is, along with sugary drinks, I might add, is a key factor in rheumatic fever in our community, and I think we'll come under more pressure. And I hear also a call from business that they are screaming out for workers, and a healthy workforce is not delivered unless they're housed. And so kia kaha to the work you're doing, and I agree with you that every house that we can enable and every piece of land availability that we can enable is critical.
Thank you. And final comment from Councillor Maxwell, and then we will take a 15-minute break.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. As the debate's gone on, I'm actually more convinced that we should have these site visits bus tours. So I'll just still leave it with you. But I mean, that would be more exciting than going, because in the month of September, we're not having meetings or anything. So a lot of people will be available, I'm sure. It'd be better than some of the Meet the Candidate evenings on a cold night, wherever it is. But that would be, and having listened to the debate about the housing crisis has just made us even more appreciate the mahi that you guys are doing and trying to make Rotorua a better place. But I think the better informed we'll be, and the less misinformation that goes out during the lead up to the election, the better. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and just a final comment from me, JP, to you and the team. Congratulations on the housing series. I really did want to thank staff, council staff, as well as our councillors who led out some of those information evenings and days. Nō reira, nei rā te mihi. We will adjourn our meeting now and resume the meeting back in here at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much. 12 o'clock it is, 12 o'clock. Goodness, a break.
Madam Chair, I have to vacate the meeting, sorry, at midday. Beg your pardon.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Raukawa Tate. We'll get our hui underway. And for this part, ka karanga atu ki a koe anaru, ka hui hapori oranga, Community Wellbeing Group, and thank you, anaru.
O tēnā tātou. Please take the report as being read. I've got a number of our team here this morning. We are waiting on Peter's return, and we did think that if you were interested in a geothermal update, that we could present that during this time as well. We do have a presentation this morning in regards to the Sir Howard Morrison brand identity that we'd like to present to you this morning, and we've got Kingi online also with us to help us, along with Una's team, present that to you this morning. And if it's okay, we'd take any questions from the floor now, and then when Peter returns, we can talk to the geothermal if you would like, as well as our presentation.
Ka pai, so we'll open it up for questions. Any questions, Pātai, for the report? Kia ora, Mayor Chadwick.
Just a question that is relevant, and Laura's here with the Te Aka Māori, and I value that space, we all do. Laura, are the staff feeling perfectly safe down at Te Aka Māori?
Yes, they are, but can I ask the context of, is it to do with COVID or just generally how they're feeling?
I think it's COVID, you know, and everybody likes the space, wants to be able to access it, and now we're finding there's quite a challenge out in our community, so this space becomes even more important.
Yes, they are feeling very safe. We have very good protocols in place. We have excellent health and safety officers that represent us. And we also have a lot of staff forums and gatherings where we share information. But yes, the general mood of the staff is very, very good. We have had a little bit of illness like other departments, but all our specialists are supporting the customer experience team. So yeah, we're in a good space at the moment.
Yeah, I only asked that question, Anaru, because Local Government New Zealand asked me the other day, having had a visit from Marion Reid, who works for Local Government New Zealand, about this very special space and what it could be further developed into as a community hub in the future of local government debate. And she could just see amazing opportunities for that inner city bumping space that could be expanded. And I wasn't going to put Laura in a spot, but I didn't know, are there other plans afoot? You know, I'd love to have actually the Māori Land Court added in so that we could do even more as a campus.
I don't want to share too much, but at the moment the staff are going through a process of reviewing all our spaces. They do have very big plans, and what we're hoping to do is build a bit of a proposal, bring it to Anaru, and then hopefully present it to Council on some of the changes that from our community. We've done a lot of community engagement. We listen to our community, and yes, we're doing a very big review at the moment. And there, I'll take it to Anaru, and hopefully we can bring it here.
Oh, how exciting! Thank you.
Papai, Councillor Donaldson, followed by Councillor Maxwell Kumar.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mine was just a quick one on page 59 regarding 100 dogs being impounded in May, up from 70 in April. And I just wonder if Kurt's sort of, I see that's...
Recording in progress.
Some of that is to do with proactive patrolling for roaming dogs, but it just seems like a big jump.
Thank you. Yes, it is a reasonable jump, and I guess that is one of the challenges that the team faces out there, is just these ups and downs that we have around numbers, and particularly around the roamings. We have had a bit of a look at what could possibly be causing these jumps.
quite hard to determine. We've got all sorts of things, even the weather from time to time can have an effect on whether people are actually getting out there and being able to exercise their dogs as usual. So, but it is definitely a space that we like to keep a very close eye on, the roaming side, with the potential for it to turn into attacks, which we definitely want to prevent.
Councillor Kumar.
Madam Chair, it's good that Kurt's there. Thank you. Hi, Anaru. Over COVID, I believe a lot of people would have got dogs because it was a good way to keep companionship and do things. But I'm just wondering, because of our bylaws prohibiting dogs in the city, and I've had this conversation with you before, how can we, or what do we need to embrace now to bring them, and how do we do it so that we don't end up with vicious dogs in the city, with gangs bringing the vicious dogs, but people that visit from out of town, as well as locals that have really beautiful poodles? And I mean, I'm not a dog lover or dog hater, but just sitting in the middle thinking how else, just how our city could, you know, now prosper and move towards, when you go to Tauranga, Auckland, you see all those cafes and they facilitate this process, you know. So how do we become a modern city and facilitate this?
Thank you, Councillor Kumar. I'd just like to add, as an owner of a spoodle, I'm actually very interested in this answer because I'd like to bring little Coco Chanel into the centre. So, Kurt, I'm very interested.
Thank you, Councillor Kumar. I think that's actually a very good question, and I guess with the bylaw coming up for review, or the review starting later this year, those are the very questions that will need to be put back in front of the community, because you're dead right, there are all types of dogs, there are all types of owners out there, and whether the community has shifted or not on its previous views around what's acceptable to in and around the CBD will be the very aspect that needs to be tested once again.
Just supplementary to that, why I say that is because lots of times when you're driving around the city, because of our bylaws, you see lots of dogs in cars because the owners have come from out of town and they're shopping, or they've just left it with the windows slightly USAT, you know. So it would be good if we sort of just appreciated that, look, this is a changing facade and we need to move on with.
Thank you, Councillor Kumar. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anaru, for your thorough report again. Just two quick questions I have here. One is, the first one is, it's not on the report here because it happened so recently, only 2 or 3 days ago. I want to say to you and your staff that we're all involved in the best kept secret in Rotorua for months of the tremendous All-Stars Maori versus All-Stars Aboriginal game that's going to be here in February next year. I wanted to give a bouquet out to the mahi in the work, and especially Steve Watene. So if you could pass that on for me. Oh, it was important. I was at a launch yesterday, and the Minister, Penny Henare, over lunch, first thing he talked to me about was, please ensure that I've got tickets for the game here next February. So I hand that on to you. You look after that. The other question I've got is around the welcoming communities. And that's a program that Immigration New Zealand and MBIE are going to be involved. I'm pleased that we're involved in that. But so the question would be, work is going to be underway to recruit a part-time coordinator. Is there an opportunity, Rosemary, that it might even develop into a full-time thing? Because I think it's needed.
Kia ora koutou. So we have an agreement with MB and Immigration for this. We're actually shortlisting with a group of community representatives today. The vacancy closed earlier this week, and we'll be interviewing. I think the role is, there's actually a lot of activities that community are already doing, and the role is not so much around the doing as the coordinating and supporting and connecting. So I think half time or possibly a little bit more is probably actually all that's required. We don't want to take over from all the good stuff the community does. We just want to really strengthen it and support it. So I think at the moment half time is good, and that also leaves us a little bit of putia to support some events alongside it as well. So yeah, we're really looking forward to the role.
Papai, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I will also open it up for comment if anyone has any further comments. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick comments. I just wanted to thank, and we did do this last night at the end of the Housing Information Series as well, but I'd just like to thank Laura and the entire team at Te Akamori for the manaakitanga that you've showed the community and those who have attended to the series and the information sessions. And it was greatly appreciated to be able to provide that space, and it really lived up to its name, Community Pride, to be able to be there and talk about the future of Rotorua and the visions and opportunities out there, and hopefully we can make them realistic as well. And also I just wanted to touch on the CBD dog control bylaw, and especially as we hope to hopefully see some more increased inner city apartment living as well, and I'll be really looking forward to see that process underway and hopefully modernised as well. So thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Donaldson, and followed by Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. A bouquet, Anaru, from the Advisory Board of the Australasian Police and Emergency Services Games here in March next year. So last month they did a tour of all the facilities for the various events, which range from dart to dodgeball, amongst other things. But very impressed with the quality of, and I note the comment on the turf rehabilitation at the stadium. So very impressed with the quality of the facilities in Rotorua, and they're looking forward to bringing the games here.
Mayor Chadwick.
Yes, and this is a diverse portfolio and such a lot going on. Also, congratulations to Te Whare Taonga and the staff that came for the launch of the Jean Batten exhibition, which is in the Galleria. That is the first time we've seen a Goldie come out of our collection for a long time, and that was hugely significant. And you do mention in here that you've started digitalisation of the Pete collection, but I would love to see digitalisation of some of our major artworks that are held in storage. And I know Stuart hears it like a cracked record, but the reaction that night to the Goldie was, oh my God, let's get on with the museum restoration so that we can see our works again. We haven't seen them for so long. So the staff did really well getting that out that night. I think we could do even more to promote these little exhibitions till we get our art gallery back, but it was very significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chadwick, and we'll take that on board and see what we can do. And thank you also, Councillor Donaldson, for your acknowledgement. Well, I might just say, in reply to Councillor Maxwell, in regards to the NRL All-Stars, in engaging with the NRL, culture and the expression of Rotorua is really important to them and to our Indigenous brothers and sisters as well. Now, I'm going to give an update at SPNF, so if it's okay if I can leave that until that time, but really appreciate the support, the guidance, the leadership of this council. Let's be very fair and clear that it is the first time out of Australia, first time ever, and so to have our place highlighted because of the cultural significance of our places and not lost on us, and certainly we're looking forward to providing a wonderful cultural experience throughout the time of our guests. and showing the Rotorua manaakitanga. And I'll talk in more detail at the SPNF. Might I just consider, we do have Peter here in regards to the geothermal activity. He's just come back from the site. Would it be of advantage to you for Peter to provide you an update? Would that be wanted?
Kia ora, but no mai hara mai, Peter, and what I'd just like to do, just as chair for today, is just acknowledge the fact that, just out of your report, I really want to acknowledge, whilst I usually highlight the arts and culture that goes on, I do want to give acknowledgement to the community safety team. We've been really noticing their movements across our wider city and the activations that I've seen them attend quite quickly, as well as the reported in here was the uptick in the parking. So, ka nui te mihi kia koutou. Nau mai, hara mai, Pete.
Kia ora. Just a quick recap. Yesterday morning, about 9:30, I think it was, we had a bit of a geothermal breakout in the traffic island down Lakes Road. It's not, in the immediate area is not an area known for hot ground or fumaroles and springs. So one of the first actions I undertook yesterday, there was 3 known geothermal wells nearby, and we quenched all those looking for an effect on the Lake Roads feature, and we have pinpointed one well in particular which we think may have a broken casing at depth. One of the reasons we looked hard at the wells is because the water was 98 degrees at the surface and kicking up the clays and silts that come from great depth. So that was indicating that it was more than just a naturally fed fumarole or naphtha. I've just raced back. We're now just running rods down the suspect well. We will do a deep a deep quench of that well, i.e. we'll pour a lot of cold water right down into the aquifer, cool the aquifer, and I'm pretty sure we'll see a response. And once we confirm that, we can basically control everything from the wellhead. At the moment down there we have no overflow, the roads have been cleaned, the 2 lanes coming back into town are still shut at the moment, but if we confirm in the next sort of hour or so, there'll be a final clean-up and those roads will be opened. We spent a lot of time, or Fulton Hogan did, stopping any sediments and dirty waters getting into the Utahina, to the extent that we took 3 sucker trucks and a 10-tonne truck of sediment away. We stopped all that getting into the stream, and we still have the dams down there now. So that's where we are at the moment. We're fairly sure we know what it is. We're fairly sure if we can confirm that in the next sort of hour, we'll have that completely under control.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any questions?
Councillor Donaldson, followed by Mayor Chadwick.
Thanks, Peter, for that update. My question was, you say that the lanes will reopen to traffic, but do we do testing of the stability underneath the roadway before we do that? I just wonder if there's been any erosion that may cause the seal to give way.
We don't, that's the roading department's road, but one thing that we do very carefully monitor in anything like this is any movement in the ground, particularly when heavy traffic goes past. So often you'll see us staring intently at the road and people wonder what we're up to, but that's what we are doing. And to this stage, no, we haven't encountered any signs of movement.
Mayor Chadwick.
Just a comment, because I was on Lake Road when I heard about it, and it went very smoothly. The diversion of traffic, I felt really comfortable. We're very lucky to have your expertise here in Rotorua. It hit the international media, and I was asked, and I said that makes us a very interesting place as we bubble along. But then we're all aware too of the cost to our infrastructure. But well done yesterday as a team response. It felt very calm, very well managed.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take the credit for the road, but that was our roading department and Fulton Hogan and traffic management. Those guys are brilliant. We ask them to do something like that, and it's done straight away.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Being an Ohinumtu resident up in Auckland yesterday, they all knew about it. They said, hey, your place is blown up down there. I said, no, it won't be. It won't be. So what I want to ask Peter is, and you're the expert, as is rightfully pointed out, we've done a lot of work down there now to save a problem in Tarawa Road where it used to get lots of water caught down there. So is it partly a water table issue?
Yeah, that's a good question. This particular feature is coming from depth, and we can see that the current situation that we have with the lake overflowing into that area. Yes, the groundwater is right at the surface, but funny enough, that's my next job. I think I can see what's gone wrong there. So the open spaces are going to get a visit from me shortly with a suggestion to maybe relieve that problem. So short answer at this stage, I'd have to say no. The surface water isn't affecting or the cause of what's happened.
I'm sure
Yep.
Thank you. Any further questions? Papai, nei rā te mihi. Oh, Councillor Kuma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peter. Peter, last week there was a call. I believe it was supposed to go to Rajin, but it came to me. This was with regards to where Rotorua Florist is in Aurora Street, and there was some activity in that arcade where tiles all popped up, and there was some steam coming. Was it a council issue? Because when I went to investigate it, it was on a private property. So.
First, that wasn't a geothermal issue in the end. One thing that we do, well, the council does, is because there's really nobody else around with the expertise that we have within council, is we do visit, or we do get called to investigate anything that may be geothermal. There was a couple of old geothermal wells in that area, and there is some old pipelines, but it turned out in the end that the shop owner used to mop that foyer with the old string mop in a bucket of water, and what had happened is the water had got under the tiles and it actually lifted the tiles. Once again, we have a look at the boundaries of everything, look at the buildings, is there any signs of stress? So that's where we get involved. We can go in quite quickly and just assure people that no, it's not geothermal, you're not about to vanish in a big steaming hole. Yeah.
Ka pai. Thank you. Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to our team and also Fulton and Hogan for such a quick response to it. I do have a question though, because I am concerned because this area is not known for fumaroles and also is not known for producing much heat. Now, fumaroles, I think for most people in Rotorua, we refer to them as ngāwhas. And there's a lot of ngāwhas around Rotorua. But my question is just, are we concerned that this could signal potential geothermal activity in areas that we thought were not very active? And then my second question is just, as we're aware, water, especially geothermal, is all connected underground, and I am also aware that there is a underground stream that goes from the large hot pool that's just there in Quito Park, and it runs underground into the Ruapeka, what do you call that? Water, it's where the lakefront is by St. Faith's Church down there at Ohinemotu, which from just my non-expert knowledge seems like it could be that same water that's connecting. So just those two questions there, please.
No, I'm not concerned because this isn't a natural feature. This is, if you like, a man-made event. The well that we're looking at has 89 metres of casing and just over 100 metres of open hole underneath it. It has responded, the feature in Lakes Road has responded to the quenching of that particular bore. So this isn't a new NAFA that's opened up. That's one of the good things about Rotorua. Our geothermal generally stays put. We might get a bit of heat movement, but we don't get new NAFAs popping up in areas that they weren't historically, and at least that's over the 30 years I've been doing the job, have noticed. Sorry, your second question, I wasn't quite sure what you were asking there.
It was just whether this was connected to the underwater stream that goes from the large hot water pool in Quito Park, where many people will be familiar with the walkway over it. And then that connects into the Ohinemotu village, the Ruapeka lakefront area there. So whether it was there was any water that was coming from there, or it's separate.
That would be separate. I mean, I agree with you. At depth, it's all connected, but certainly in this instance, it's not coming from that underground stream. At depth it may be connected, but certainly not in this case, no.
Thank you.
Kapai, thank you. Any further questions? If not, Kapai?
Thank you. If we can please call up our team for the Sir Howard Morrison brand presentation.
Nō reira, kei te hihi au te mihi atu ki a koe Stuart. O tira ki tō tātou nei wahine kei wainga ki a koe Susan McNichol. Susan is our Director of Communications and Marketing. We also are joined by Kingi, who will be joining us via Zoom. Nei rā te mihi ki a koutou.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Is Kingi online, do we know? He's on. Yep. Perfect. All right. As you all know, the Sir Howard Morrison facility will come to completion towards the end of this year. We're tracking pretty much on time. We've agreed on the names for the facility. You remember at the meeting a couple of months ago now where the Morrison whānau Te Tātou members came along, where we formalised the name, the Sir Howard Morrison Centre and the Te Reo names. And we're now in the position where we really start to focus on operation enablement, and in particular around marketing of the facility to our creative sector, to promoters, and to some of those commercial operators that want to use the facility as well. The team have created a tahu that represents many layers of connection to our place, to iwi, to whānau, to hapu. And then a collaboration between community wellbeing team, the communications and marketing team, and the Te Morangi unit. We've would now like to present. There we are, the Sir Howard Morrison logo. Sorry? Nice. Just in reflecting this, it's important that reflect the Te Arawa stories, and Mātua Kingi is going to take you through that.
O tēnā nutai, tēnei te mihi ki a koe, o te rā ki a tātou te whare, kua taupua mai nei raro i te tuanui o tēnei o ngā whare kaunihera, no reira tēnā koutou ki a Helen Messenger, te tehi o ngā hunga mahi o mua, ki te pāpā ki a Marsh McLeod, me tō au tāne me Steve ko Peter Simpson tēnā. Me poroporo aki ki a rātou, ki a haere atu ki te tihi o ea. Rātou ki a rātou, tātou te pito ora ki a tātou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Kia ora everybody, Kingi Biddle here, broadcasting live from the Pride Lands of Te Koutu. Reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. So here we have our tohu, our sign, our emblem. One of the beautiful things that we have had the opportunity to when we're looking at what we call the cultural foundations, where the cultural stories are coming right at the beginning. When we look at the whare, we see all those particular theatres, we see all the particular parts that have that the cultural foundation is around the wind, te hau o te ata, around the ngāwha, and the puia, or the geyser activity. With the tohu, we had a real powerful opportunity to look at the mahi, to look at the kaupapa of such a centre, the Sir Howard Morrison Centre, and that came down to performing arts, ngā mahi. And when we look at performing arts, not just as Te Arawa, but when we look at the performing arts as Māori, it begins with Hine Raumati and her two tamariki. Now, Hine Raumati is the summer maiden. Tamanui te rā, the sun has two wives and two sets of children. In the summer, he meets with Hine Raumati. And Hine Raumati, they have two tamariki. There's Hine Rehia, who's in charge of all the performing arts, of the poi, of the action song. Then we have Tāne Rore, who's in charge of all the beats and all of the haka. And together, they create what performing arts is for Te Ao Māori. Now, the second wife, as Councillor Donaldson spoke about it, Matariki Tauira, his wife in the wintertime is Hine Takurua. Now, when we look at Hine Raumati and their two tamariki, Hine Rehia and Tāne Rore, I want you to imagine that you're on Lake Rotorua, maybe on the lakefront, maybe on the Lakeland Queen, and then the sun is shining on the waves, and you can see a powerful reflection, a little dance of light. That's where you'll find Hine Rehia, Tāne Rore, and his mother, and their mother, Hine Raumati. I also want you to imagine a hot day and you're driving down the desert road. You're driving down the desert road, and then in front of you, in one of those long straights, you can see the heat. The heat is actually like a mirage dancing off the ground. And so that's where you find Hine Rehia, that's where you find Tāne Rore, that's where you find Hine Raumati. Now look at the tohu that we have here. You can see those shards of light. You can see the dancing, shimmering light that you can see on a hot day or on a twilight evening as you're going along the lake. And so So that's why we have 3, as it were, sections of our tohu, but they make one. Yeah, it's like when the very first time that I went to what we called the civic theatre was I was at Rotorua Primary. I was standard 2 or standard 3. We went to watch the ballet, the Rotorua with the New Zealand ballet doing their interpretation of Beatrix Potter, and then I watched in amazement as all the people on the stage were doing their plie, they were doing their ballet thing, and that's what I saw. They took me there. 3 all different dances, but you put them together, you get a scintillating performance, and you get one performance as well. That's what a little background of our cultural foundations of what this tohu is about. The tohu is about the dance. The tohu is about the performance. The tohu is about the play. The tohu is about the singing. The tohu is about the movement. And all of them together, you get that witty. You know, the witty when you perform, you go like that, you know. Or the pew of the poi, the movement of the poi. He te haka atane rore, he manu nuku, he manu ora. A bird that moves is a bird that is filled with life. And if you look at the middle part, I know I'm starting at the middle, but hey, that's the creation. You start at the middle, and it moves it from being 2 halves, and you put something in the middle, and it becomes a mirage. It becomes something that's there, but is not there. And it creates the movement, what we call the ihirangaranga, the tuta, the paiore, which is the movement, which is the vibrations, which is the frequency. And then we look to the top, we see he tui, and to me that's uncle. Sorry, that's Sir Howard Morrison. He tui. Now, a tui is the sweetest bird in the forest. The bird, when the tui calls, everything stops, so they can listen, so that the ears may be massaged spiritually by the sound of the tui. And if somebody is a great orator, or even a great singer, or even a great performer, they are called, they are likened as the throat of the tui. And as you can see, along there on the side there, that's the throat of the tui, he korokoro tui. Now somebody who is also a great performer, a great singer, or even a great speaker, they're likened as though their throat has been bathed in the fats of a tui, because they sound so beautiful and they sound so lovely. So at the top you have the tui, and at the bottom you have kei taku tua, kei taku aro. That is what is behind me, is that which is before me. So as you can see, the tui is not looking forwards, the tui is always looking backwards. But they're also, if you look at the bottom curl there is faced towards the future. I see a little corridor in my Zoom on the corner here, and it says, Rotorua for tomorrow. Rotorua for tomorrow starts when we look at Rotorua of yesterday, because there are kawa, there are particular principles, lessons that our ancestors have left us, but it reminds us that to always ensure that those lessons have a modern day and a future expression. So once upon a time, our people couldn't cut, we weren't allowed to cut our hair at night, and that was one of the things, and that was about safety, keeping our people safe. And then Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, and then we didn't need to have that particular tikanga, because we could keep ourselves safe. And so that didn't need to have a modern day expression. It was a modern day expression as we could cut our hair at night and day. So when we look backwards, we learn the lessons and we take them forward, with us. That's just a little rundown, excuse me. That's just a bit of Kingi's got the COVID, but you know, we te rā uatanga. I'm going to leave it here. I think I've run out of a bit of energy, but I think e anaru koia tāku e tā koha nei te tata wisi nei wā.
Ka pai, Kingi. Thank you so much for what was a really entertaining description of the whakamarama that underlies the work that we've done here. And I hope you feel better soon, by the way. So yes, good morning, Ko Suzanne McNichol toko ingoa. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications, and it's my pleasure to step you through the development or the thinking behind the actual design of the logo. I'm just going to go back one because I think our slides are slightly out of order. There we go. Great. So having heard what was a really compelling narrative about, the story behind the tui as the performer of the forest, the wiri, and the importance of the past informing our future, we wanted a really clean, dynamic design that reflects the history of both the place and the venue, as well as the performing arts in a local and international context. So it was also really important to us that the design fit within the overall Rotorua brand, reflecting the collaborative nature of the venue. So those of you who were at the O&M presentation, I think it might have been in April, where Rotorua NZ presented the brand, will be very familiar with the tohu concept and what it embodies and what it reflects. The Pohatu Gaza in the Whakareo forest, the 8 beating hearts of Te Aroa, and the 18 droplets that represent the Māori of the 18 lakes in our district. Great. So for that reason, this brand fits within that overarching Rotorua brand. It is helping to provide a cohesive identity for Rotorua that reflects our place, our people, our stories. And it's also giving us a platform to approach future branding opportunities for other facilities as we need to do those. So what we will end up is a lovely family of brands that actually all tie into the kaupapa and the visual identity and the collective strength of Rotorua. We'll skip past Kingi. There we go. Right. So what we've also developed, you'll see there, as well as the primary logo, which is the portrait version to the left. We've got a landscape version, which is the one at the top on the right. And we've also taken care to develop 2 different logos. One is for the Sir Owen Glen Theatre. And the other, also known as Matangi Row, and the other is for Te Haumokau, which is our black box theatre. These sub-brands can be used in marketing for shows and in these places, and they also help from a usage perspective for performers and for people who would like to hire the venue to understand the different opportunities for performance in the future. So whether it's stand-up comedy, whether it's ballet, performing arts, whatever, we've got a space for you at Sir Howard Morrison Centre. So I'll just take you through the next wee bit. Cool. So what you can see here is that the primary logo, the Sir Howard Morrison Centre, fits beautifully with the facade of the building and the design that was presented and developed by Henrietta Nicholas. She has also seen this design and was really impressed with the work that has gone into the logo. The Sir Owen Glen Theatre reflects the very rich colours of red and purple, which are traditionally used in theatre spaces. And you'll see these once you go inside that 1,000-seat theatre. So we've chosen very carefully the colours that are reflecting what's going on in the space. And Te Haumokau reflects the versatility and contemporary nature of the black box theatre, capacity of 300 where anything can happen and it's open for all uses. So I'm just going to give you some possible examples here which have been developed by my fantastic brand team, Sally Smythe and Nick Johansson. Thank you so much. They have put together some executions for you so you can see how it would be brought to life. So you can see here, some signage in the venue, on a screen, possibly a bit of collateral for a brochure. And you can see here that the dynamism of the tohu and the logo is actually really usable for a bunch of different applications. Its diversity and its dynamism, I think, really speaks to the role of performing arts. Oops, one back. Can we go back one, please, Izzy? Yeah, just back from the video. I've just got a couple of examples. There, thank you. Great. So there you can also see something like a street flag. You can see some other uses of how the logo would be interpreted. And those of you who were paying attention in the last couple of weeks would also see a similarity with the Matariki design that we used for Matariki that was developed as well. Great. So now, having stolen my own thunder, we'll just go to our video. So at this point, this concludes the presentation. I would like to close by thanking the Community Wellbeing team, our Te Aomarangi unit and our own design and communications team for what was truly a collaborative effort. Ka pai, back to you, Madam Chair.
Oh, paki mai e te whare. Me mihi anō kia koutou katoa, and I'm not too sure if I'll open it up for questions, but maybe comments around it. You've got questions. No one's got questions. We've only got comments. Mayor Chadwick, start with you, followed by Councillor
I want to say it's stunning and it's beautiful in its simplicity. And the other aspect that I'm so proud of, it started with our journey on our business cards, and what a long way we've come with design in-house. I think the community really values the fact that we've got that expertise in-house, and this is simply stunning. And it's a story that's unfolding now, as you say, with Matariki. It's just beautiful. Rotorua, NZ, and now this gives elegance to a very special space. And I know the cost of design if you hire it in, because that's what my family are in the business of. And I want ratepayers to know that the skill that you've put together to tell our story about our people and our place is simply stunning. And I wish I was there to open it.
I wish you were too.
Kia ora, Councillor Maxwell.
Can we have it open tomorrow so Stevie can... No, I was pleased to hear you say, Brownie, too, that it's on time, because there's a lot of anticipation. But thank you. All the reports that have been coming forward, the last one that the whānau and the team brought forward with the full explanations of everywhere, this has just developed it even further. I know my late brother-in-law, Sir Howard, would be absolutely pleased in seeing that his good friend, Sir Owen Glenn, has got some recognition and acknowledgement in there as well. We're so used to sort of trying to ensure that we have a question ready, but so this was a question I had. Definitely with our 1,000-seater, have we got bookings started already, or it won't start until we have an opening date?
The plan at this point is it will have some form of soft opening in mid-November, and that really gives our team an opportunity to work through any glitches we may have to use the equipment, and then a formal opening in the new year.
Any further comment? Kareko? Checking Councillor Tapsell. Kareko. Right, lovely. Thank you so much. Wonderful once again the partnership that we've seen developed in-house as well with our Te Aomarangi unit and our branding experts, because sometimes that's also what we go outside for, to source the relevant expertise with a cultural lens. So awesome to have it all in-house. Nei rā te mihi kia koutou. Right, we're now up to 6.3. This is for Te Whare Taonga o Te Arawa update. Can I please ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Donaldson, second Mayor Chadwick. And all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Ka pai koutou, Gina, Anaru, Amy, Stuart, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā tātou. The presentation will primarily be led by Amy, who is across all of the operational detail of the project as exec sponsor for the project I'm introducing, and all four of us are available for questions at the end. This is a really important update, primarily because although we've been providing updates consistently to you as elected members and did a very full presentation at the April meeting, there's been some important developments since that April meeting that we need to update Council on and also update our community on. This project is one of the most important and significant projects that we have as an organisation, not only for the financial value of the project, and the significant external funding support we've received, but also because of the importance of the building as a nationally recognised Heritage Category 1 building, and for the purpose for which we use it, which is to house and present to the public the stories that make up our identity as a district, in the history and the heritage of Te Arawa and the Rotorua people. Nō reira, I'll hand over to Amy at this point.
Kia ora, thank you, Gina. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon now, isn't it? Okay, so yes, in April we came to committee and presented on updates with respect to ground conditions, structural design concept, and some early cost estimates given the current environment and that new information. This enabled us to get direction from the committee and from council, and then to go out to our four main funding partners. It was important to go out to them and to have a discussion because they do account for over 70% of our project budget. So just as a reminder that of the 53.5 million set aside for this project, 15.5 is from council, with the rest being from external funders, which reflects the very national significance of this taonga to not only Rotorua but to New Zealand and also internationally. The good news is from those conversations, one of the topics we traversed was the accepting of 70% of equivalent ground strength for the project versus pushing for an 80% target, which would have incurred significant cost, time and risk with respect to additional groundworks required. So the good news is that all of our funders are supportive in terms of that decision, so that's great. We can move forward on that basis. And if you're interested, there's a great video on our Vision to Action website from Mike Jaka, one of the geotechnical team, talking very specifically about the testing work that went underway to enable us to come to that recommendation. So it's quite a good video in terms of showing some of the samples and the equipment and so on. Even with that decision, in terms of the 70% groundworks, we still found ourselves in a position where our estimate, and I stress the word estimate because we are in a very interesting market, volatile market at the moment, with a very complex building with very challenging ground, and until we have a fully resolved, detailed design, a consent and a contract, that number will always be an estimate. But even with that 70%, we're looking at the moment an estimated shortfall in the order of $18 to $20 million to complete the full scope of the project. And I guess it's important to note that the full scope includes strengthening and making watertight and the museum, the building, as a Category 1 heritage building, and also delivering a museum across the full footprint. So I guess at this point, to complete that full scope, we're looking to work with our funders to see where we can get to with additional funding. So in parallel with that design, consent and pricing work, we're continuing conversations which have been positive thus far, but so we're still continuing with all of our funders around an opportunity to try and bridge that gap, because it would be wonderful to get to the end of the year and being able to say that, you know, we can move forward with that full scope. If by chance we can't, we do have other options, and that is that we could still fully strengthen the building, make the building watertight and deliver a museum, albeit in a smaller footprint. And that would be a conversation that we would then need to have with our community in terms of whether that's acceptable or whether there would be desire for any further investment. So the aim is for us to be able to bring to the new council that information to be able to enable that decision in conjunction with our community. And I guess, and just to note as well that two of our major funders we've talked to explicitly about that option of a potentially smaller footprint, and they are in support of that in terms of delivering the outcomes for not only Rotorua but for New Zealand. And the last thing I'd like to say is just assure the committee and the community that we are working as fast as we can prudently. We are pushing our consultant team very hard in terms of making sure that they are delivering and keeping to time. But as I'll say again, and I know we say it often, but it is very, very complex, and we need to be prudent in terms of our steps moving forward, because taking a misstep can be very costly, both in terms of time and money, and ultimately the building itself as well. So I'll leave that there, Madam Chair.
Ka pai nei rā te mihi ki a kōrua. I'll now open it up for questions. Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you for that, Amy, and thanks for the overview, and also building on what we were all informed in April. This is very helpful for us to hear. There seems to be some concern and a little bit of conversation about when we took that structural design reset, and did we do the right thing then, and did we save money in the long term by doing that? Can you assure us that that was the right thing to do at that time?
Yes, absolutely. So yes, we had a peer review process of an initial design philosophy. So when we started the project, the design philosophy structurally followed a very, I guess, traditional approach in terms of what's called force-based design, and the design was very much looking at building, almost a structure within the museum. When we looked really closely at that and how the buildability of that, we realised that was going to be significantly challenging, both in terms of time, cost, and the ability to actually achieve it within the heritage fabric of the building. There is another approach which is called displacement-based philosophy, and that really looks at the museum's inherent strength and strengthens any areas that to be able to reach today's standards around strength. But that requires understanding a very old building with pumice-based concrete and different timbers and so on, so a lot of testing and so on. That was part of that presentation earlier in April, as we've come back with that view of that design. And we've had a quantity surveyor estimate the cost of delivering that. We've had a contractor look at that around buildability. We've had our architects look at it in terms of heritage, and we've got ticks all round, which is great. So the quantity surveyor estimates that solution is $10 million less than the earlier concept that we were working to. It's better from a heritage perspective, definitely better from a buildability perspective, and that's where you translate into that cost and time. So that was, whilst it has taken us some time to get to that point with respect to that design, it's definitely ultimately, in my opinion, the right decision.
Another question, if I may, Madam Chair, ask, because there's lots of passion about this project, and some have said, why didn't you just get local developers to do it? Could you just answer that question? I know the answer, but it needs to be answered for the public record.
I think regardless of who's doing it, the same challenges exist. It is a very complicated building. I think I counted 7 major complexities. So, we are sitting on not great ground from a strength perspective. We are sitting on geothermal ground, which has challenges around hydrogen sulfide, hot water, buildability and so on. We do have a building which is made out of materials that we wouldn't see today. There's no handbook to look up and see the strength of. We do have COVID in the midst, which has obviously impacted us as well. It is Category 1 heritage, so we have restraints and restrictions around what we can do and how. Obviously, we have the external funding. It's not something that we can fund ourselves. So it's very different from, say, a commercial development opportunity where you can choose the ground, maybe a greenfield site where you're using building materials you understand and where you're the sole funder or working with a sole funder. There are just so many multiple layers. So, yeah, I think that's how I would answer that.
Thank you, and well done with the response from our funders about the 70%. That is enormous confidence building, actually, for us to go out to find the shortfall.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Just with the new MB, new seismic risk guidance for buildings that has just come out, and our building's been closed for, I think it's 6 years now, because of the problem of the earthquake strengthening needing to be carried out. Is it possible, given the new guidelines where they say that buildings can still be occupied while strengthening work is carried out, that that's a possibility to have the building open partially?
I would say we've done a lot of work to strip the museum in terms of pulling the taonga out and I guess pull it back ready for the investigation in terms of understanding the building. It's definitely not in a state at this point in time that you would be able to, and I guess the wholesale strengthening is happening everywhere across the building. So it wouldn't, I guess as a quick answer off the top of my head, reinstating an area to be able to go into and then have to exit again to be able to go back in and strengthen that, I think would probably just add another layer of complexity and we'd probably be faster to carry on in the path of getting it done.
Thank you. I just think the public would probably want to know whether that was an option given that that guideline's just come out.
Jeff could answer this because it was in the heads up the other night, our answer around that.
So Jeff has his hand.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And I do have one more question, Madam Chair.
Yes, kia ora koutou. Look, through the chair, the MB guidance is helpful, but it is also very challenging because what effectively they're saying is that it is up to the building owner to actually undertake an assessment of the risks of the building and to look at the potential consequence of an earthquake. Secondly, not only to do that, but also to look at a risk mitigation strategy should an earthquake occur. And if the building owner deems it feasible that the risk is able to be mitigated or is actually reasonable to accept, and they can actually determine an emergency escape ability, if you like, that would save life in the unlikely event of an earthquake, then building owners can continue to allow buildings to be used. In our case, what we've got is a 100-year-old building, which is unstable. And in the case of the blue bars, a very heavy concrete block construction, which we're told by the engineers is actually not well held together anymore. And so in both of those cases, what we have is public buildings where many people could potentially be inside of them. And we'd have to ask the question, is it prudent and reasonable, given that even unlikely event of an earthquake, to allow people to be in buildings that could result in the event of an earthquake in significant loss of life? And that's fundamentally the assessment that needs to be carried out. Amy's, I think, already answered well the case of the museum, because that's a project that's now well underway. It's going to move into a build phase. And so simply reopening it at this point of view wouldn't be something that we would look at doing.
Thank you. Councillor, second question, sorry, kia ora mai, Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just refresh my memory, and it's just a question of clarification for the total build cost. So at the April meeting, I understood that the original cost was 53 million, which had been funded by both council and external funders, and then we were advised that to go to 70% would take approximately another $20 million, but that was on the basis that only areas 1 to 3, which is effectively half of the museum space, would actually be opened, and that there would still be further funding required to open the other exhibition, cafe and education areas.
So just to clarify, so the full scope is short in that 18 to 20 million, so delivering the entire footprint. If we were to deliver a revised scope, we're looking at up to 5 million in terms of shortfall. So we're almost there, and as I say, that number is going to jump around a little bit as we tighten up the design. So we may find ourselves in a position with no shortfall, or slightly around that number, but it is achievable, I think, well, very near to achievable to deliver the smaller footprint there.
Can I just add to that? I did note in some of the comments at the end of the meeting that there was a bit of confusion about that. So what we were looking at the April meeting was that there were 3 options. One was to continue with 80% MBS for ground and the full fit out of the building and internally, and that was 30 million additional. The second option, where I think people were a little bit confused, was the full structural work around the building, accepting 70% for the ground conditions, and also the full extent internally. And where I think people got confused was that there was a third option, which was the staged approach of all of the building, 70% MBS for ground, and effectively half of the internal fit out. And I think people got the second and third options confused.
Oh, thank you. So the clarification is that that's an additional 20 million on top of what was originally budgeted to do the full fit out.
Full fit out.
Thank you. That's good.
Kapai, thank you for that clarification as well, because I do believe it was quite common amongst not only some council members but many of our community. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Amy and team. Look, I think we've come quite a long way now to start thinking or getting jittery. We only have at times a couple of people that write in the newspaper writing negatively against the spending, and it loses the thought process of the positive work that's gone into it. If you look at it now, we think that it's $20 million. In 15, 20 years' time, it'll probably be $30 million, $40 million. And we said, oh, we should have done it. That council of 2022 should have been brave and done it. Now, it's not easy when you see the front page of the newspaper. And our highly esteemed reporter will put down what is reported, $20 million. And people just look at that $20 million without realizing what work and time process has gone. We've lost 6 years through COVID, building constraints, and lots of other factors as well. I believe now's not the time to stop. We need to give our funders full pledge of our support to say that we are going to carry out this project. There are people that are looking forward to this museum opening because it's part of our heritage and it's part of Rotorua. So $20 million later, as to how far we've come, will in the long term be paid through the revenues that we might collect through it.
Thank you for your comment.
Just like to say I support this when it does come through.
Kapai, thank you, Councillor Kumar. Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The question I have is just around community consultation, because we do have a significance and engagement policy financial criteria that if there's any project budgeted over $10 million, then we will go for community consultation. Now, I'm aware this happened at the start, but the scope and cost of this project has significantly increased since the museum first closed in 2016. So why are we not just stopping and going back to the community and saying, do you believe that we should still be paying this amount of money, either ratepayers or through taxpayers, through government funding, for this building? And then I have one other question.
It's depending on where we get to with the funding, we may well need to go out to do community consultation. It would be unwise to do that at this stage when you don't have full information, so it's unclear what you're asking the public to consult on. We need an actual proposal before we do that.
Kapai, and just to note, it is recommendation number 3 as part of our notes that we'll be moving shortly. Any further questions?
I did have another question, and that was just around I'm aware that point 3 does note that this will go to the next council, but one of my concerns is that in the meantime, we're still spending a significant amount of money on consultants for a project or scope that we are not sure if we will proceed with. So just want clarity on whether we are committing to paying consultants without knowing what we will be proceeding with.
That was discussed at the April meeting and was subject to a resolution of the council. So until there's a new resolution directing staff to stop, we're required to continue with that process. And I think importantly, the factors that the council took into account at that time was the need to get clarification on what the final costing would be in terms of procurement process, and the importance of ensuring that the project didn't fall over if we were to stop and lose the technical advisors and the consultants that we've got on board. So that was discussed at that April meeting and a decision was made.
But I think that's my point, is that the question, and when I did ask it back then, was it could be the view of some that we do stop and we consider other options. So my question still remains around the concern that we could be locking in and paying for consultants for a project that the community is not willing for us to proceed on.
If I could just comment on that, our consultants are all only contracted for this phase for detailed design, so there is no obligation beyond them helping us get to the position of having the information to bring to the next council. If we were to stop now, we would very much, just like we've talked about the very complex nature of the building, they're very specialist consultants that are not easy to find and are not easy to bring up to speed to get the understanding required to be able to comment on this kind of building. So if we were to pause and to lose members of that team and then have to re-engage potentially with others, that would be at a significant time and cost. So but rest assured, we're not contracted beyond, I guess, that detailed design phase for those consultants.
I just noticed our CE, Jeff Williams, had his hand up. Jeff, do you still want to make a comment?
Through the chair, look, if I could, I think that's been well covered though by Gina and Amy. What I would say here is that when we do go out to consult, it will be important to know what it is that we're proposing. Without a fully detailed design actually been undertaken and a quantity survey against that design completed, we couldn't go out to the community with a definitive view as to what this project would actually entail. What we'd be going out with is some general options because we wouldn't actually have the detail. So it's been critically important to actually move this project forward to a point that we know what it is, strengthening the museum, what that actually looks like and what the costs actually attached to it are. That will then have the ability to go to the next council with obviously a number of options. There's an option that has been identified already clearly, that is the building can be reinstated and strengthened. A museum can be opened within it with the net cost to council of around about $15 or thereabouts million. Remember that the remaining funding actually becomes from alternative funders, not from council. I think it would be important to note for the community that there's no guarantee that that funding, that external funding, would remain available to council. And I think in all likelihood, if council didn't go ahead, that actual funding support would actually be lost. So that will be one option, or there is an option, and I think Councillor Kaifong alluded to this, the community may have an aspiration for not only the building to be strengthened and the museum to be open, but the museum to be open taking the full footprint of the building. In other words, the same size as actually the building. And that's where that $20 million additional cost comes into it. But it's really important for us to have actually continued this piece of work to the point that we are able to go out and consult with a level of certainty.
Thank you, Jeff. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the liberty. I think it's already been stated, but if we stop now, what is the solution? Because there is no solution there. It's just saying stop. Stop for what? Stop for when, as a chair, a fellow esteemed councillor was approving all these things and agreeing to all these terms, and now at a stage when we have become, when it's such a critical part, do we engage with more consultation?
Point of order, I was not agreeing to things in the past. Thank you.
Kia ora. We must just keep to questions also in this part. So, do you have a question, Councillor Kumar?
Yeah, the question now is, do we engage with more consultants and find different funders and lose more time? I mean, we are not baking cake over here.
The report sets out what we're recommending as the next steps, which is essentially to continue on with the work on detailed design, building consenting, tender pricing and seeking additional funding. That will allow the next council to make a fully informed decision about where it wants to go, and that's a decision for that council to make. We're really clear that we're not preempting where what that might look like. Our job is to get the information to ensure that the elected members have the information they need to make a prudent decision.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson has indicated that he'd like to move.
Yep, happy to
2 and
move
3.
2 and 3, Madam Chair.
Mayor Chadwick, happy to second. So now it is open for discussion on 2 and 3, 2A, B, C and 3.
Madam Chair, as mover, I'll just reserve any comments for a right of reply, but I think we've had a really good understanding from the staff. So, and we've got the direction in 2C that they're working to. So I think we just box on.
Ka pai. Kia ora, Councillor Kaifong, followed by Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. Just because of the way this, I suppose it's a motion, but it's noting certain things, and at the April meeting I voted against continuing on with incurring further costs where we didn't have final funding proposals, total costs and other things, and so I note that Part C also refers to continuing on with the detailed design, consenting, pricing and discussions with funders. So I do have an issue with that, but I would be happy to vote for 2A and B and 3, but would vote against C in line with my previous votes. And the rationale for that is that I still want to keep an open mind as to what the community might prefer in relation to this. I would like to know what the total cost of the proposal is and what the final museum might look like, the timeframes and just all of those other unanswered questions, which I know you still say you still have to do the detailed work to get there, but it's just in line with how I had previously voted. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kaifong. We will note that as well in these minutes. Councillor Maxwell?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll be supporting 2A, B, C and 3. Tautoko support. Kia ora.
Councillor Tapsell, followed by Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just briefly, after hearing Councillor Kaifong, I too would also vote against the... I'm happy to support these, but it's just that point 2C around the continuing, include detailed design, consenting and pricing discussions with funders. And then also just the point as well, it was raised a number of times, building owner on this, and I would in future also like to explore other options around the museum, as we can see this is a building that is going to cost a significant amount. And I purposely said ratepayers and taxpayers' money because although we are fortunate to have such great funding from others, it still is money that's coming from taxpayers at the end of the day. So as a decision maker, I want to just ensure we are asking these questions to make sure that we are getting best value for money, not only now, but also for future generations, because I am also concerned about the ongoing costs of maintaining this building with the not only structural but also ground issues that we have there. So with that, I'm happy to support except for point 2C.
Thank you, Councillor Tapsell, and we will note that as well. Mayor Chadwick?
I find that the two amendments as proposed as peculiar. Absolutely peculiar.
Point of order, it's not an amendment, it's simply indicating how we wish to vote on it.
All right, well, the indication, I find it peculiar because if we don't get back the detailed design, consenting, pricing and discussions with funders, then what on earth are we going to be considering at the next meeting when we get the comprehensive information package? So we can't stop that work. And I think around this at the moment there is a lot of misinformation, and I'm glad that you've asked the questions today that have clarified some issues that have come back to us. I don't think myself this is about the cost of everything, it's about the value of this incredible building to our children, to our district, to New Zealand and internationally. I can't see that we can ever not proceed with this project. And that's really where the rubber hits the road here. I'm with Councillor Kumar. This is one of the, we got the response when we had the tragic closure of that building. For public safety, that was the right thing to do. And I agree, as elected members, we have to make a decision on the right thing to do for Te Wharetanga or Te Arawa in the future. But that is the future. So I'm in total support of 1, 2 and 3 today, and I will be voting accordingly.
Any further discussion? Kariko, yes, kei a koe, Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, just as a right of reply, I too find it a bit strange that we can't just note something that was decided and voted on by the previous council at 2C. As Her Worship has said, without a detailed design, what do you consult on? And I won't be on the next council that considers what the range of options are, but I'm mindful that an option the community will need to consider is if we take our museum somewhere else, what is council left with? It's a heritage building that you still own, and what are you going to do with it if you're not going to do any further remediation on it? So I just throw that out there, and I also just reflect on the decision of Christchurch Council just last week, when their community 70% said, facing an increased cost estimate of over 100 million, 70% said, get on and do it now, it'll never be cheaper, as Councillor Kumar says, so I'm in support.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kia ora, Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that after seeing the presentation from the Sir Howard Morrison Centre and the presentation on that, and seeing, you know, that it will be opening in November, and seeing all of that, the artwork, and seeing the whole story behind it, it's really given me a lot of inspiration and hope to what this project could become. And I think by seeing that and knowing all the hard work and the stresses and the headaches that it's probably caused throughout the process, I think we're in that phase now. But after seeing that presentation, it's really given me a lot of hope of what this project could become. So I know that in April I did vote against the that motion, but after I really appreciate the clarifications and the extensive report on this, and also the confidence, I guess, from the funders as well on especially this motion in front of us right now. So I would be voting in support of this motion fully. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies. I was meant to conclude after the right of reply, so apologies to you, Councillor Donaldson, but I do appreciate your comment as well, Councillor Wang. Well, I fully support this, and like some have already said, I cannot understand why we wouldn't be having C in there if it was going to go through as a full motion, because that's actually going to be the critical part that will inform us more as to how this moves forward. So I'd like to put it to the vote now that the committee notes A, all funding partners have either accepted 70% new building standard MBS equivalent for ground strength or do not have a percentage target as a requirement. B, discussions on potential additional funding are constructive and ongoing with funding partners. C, as directed by Council in April 2022, work is continuing, including detailed design, consenting, pricing and discussions with funders. And 3, that the committee notes that the next council will receive a comprehensive information package, including a range of options, so that decisions on next steps can be made. All those in favour?
I'll confirm. So I'll just confirm that for the minutes, that we actually have this as a carried motion, so now a resolution, and we will note in the minutes that Councillor Kaifong and Councillor Tapsell have requested that they wish to signal that they were against Part C. Yep.
Ka pai. And so I do believe that concludes our meeting for today. Kia te repiki te ora, Councillor Tapsell. And yes, kia kaha tātou in amongst these trying times of COVID still amongst our city. He no. Nei rā te mihi kia tātou.